woke up from a nap and I have been going 100% since I got up, so give me a second. Life be busy. Okay, hello, and welcome to hell, otherwise known as my room. I think I've been firing on all cylinders since I woke up from my nap, so need a little bit of a break, a little breathing room here. Holy moly. Just now took the first sip of my coffees, and it's not as hot as I thought it would be. Is my thingy on? Look. Look. It's half cold. And it's been sitting here, all full. Tiempo para café. Café fuerte y negro. La mejor bebida del día. What's Polish? Czarna kawa. Mocna czarna kawa. Najlepszy napój dnia. I think German is the one I need the most work on. What's German? Kaffeezeit. What comes first? Is it starke or schwarze? It's starke. Kaffeezeit. Starke schwarzer Kaffee. Das beste Getränk des Tages. That'll just be my meme. We'll start off streams with every language other than English. Okay, I was listening while getting ready. I was listening to this one video, and I was flabbergasted by what I was listening to. I don't know if... Oh fuck, I'm not signed in on YouTube. I don't know if it's just me, if my environment was too loud and I missed a key and crucial piece of information, or if the article itself didn't specify, or if Steve Leto just skipped. I don't want recovery options. Or Steve Leto just skipped over a paragraph by accident. What? I can't sign in unless I give you recovery options? Yeah. Oh, now I am signed in. Okay. Thanks, YouTube. Big smart. Okay, so I was listening.
Welcome once again to Leto's Law.
I was listening to this video. Is the audio good?
Here's Steve Leto.
My good friend Kevin sent me a note yesterday.
Okay. I was listening to this, and the premise of this article he's covering is that some police officers accidentally, they used their grapple to stop a high-speed chase, but they got the wrong car. And nowhere in the article did it mention what exactly happened in this encounter. There's no footage, but nowhere in the article that he read, that I heard, did he mention how they got the wrong car. I imagine one of the first, like with firearm ownership, you identify your target. If they got the wrong car, if the officer had his lights on, she would have stopped and wouldn't have had a gun pointed at her. Assuming the officers did everything according to policy, but it doesn't mention why she didn't stop, why they got the wrong car. Was she speeding? Was she unaware that she was involved in a chase because her car matches the bad guys? So I want to find this article, and I want to see, because I am so perplexed.
Steve, you see this story about the Tempe police grappling with a car. And my first thought was, wait, what? Grapple? The verb grapple? Yes, turns out that if you watch a lot of police videos on YouTube of chases, there's a lot of them. You can watch.
He's just like Charlie. Like he said,
high-speed chases all day long, and they can be fascinating. But one of the frustrating things you'll notice is that a police car can
watching them all day long, just like Charlie. He's literally Charlie, for real.
often pull right up behind them they're chasing, and then the car can speed off again. And so apparently a guy watching those, like us, decided to do something about it and came up with an invention to help the police stop a car if they get close to it like that. But of course, it's early technology and things can go wrong. And the police grappled the wrong car. But it's a fascinating story from abc15.com.
ABC15. Okay, let me go find this article. I am so curious. ABC15. Tempe, Arizona, I believe. Tempe police grapple wrong car. Okay. Okay, we got Jamie to pull that shit up. This was published December 31st, 2024. He also did mention in his video that it occurred in 2023, but it's only now, 2025, that we're actually learning about this at all. There was like nothing in the press, apparently, according to him. I don't know if that's correct, but we'll see here. Okay, let me skip to... So the relevant pieces of information here is the suspect's... The vehicle that was mistaken for the suspect's car was the same color, make, and model, and had the same number of doors. He did mention that they couldn't see the license plate, and so they acted without that information, but everything else fell into place. The pursuit was in October 2023. Okay, so a detective said that the vehicle was approaching an area, and then Officer Buick Verano. What the heck kind of a name is that? Summer Buick. That's Summer, right? That's when the officer located... Oh, okay, it is a car. That's not the officer's name. Oh my goodness. That's when the officer located a white Buick Verano, which matched the description. Okay, I see. I saw the word officer and then Buick Verano, so my brain, without reading the rest of the paragraph, that's a good name for an officer then. When I make a detective story, I'm gonna name Officer Buick Verano. There's no video of the deployment, as I mentioned. Body cam footage shows the seconds after the police stopped the wrong vehicle. The video shows an officer with his gun drawn telling a woman to step out of the vehicle. You don't need to be scared, he tells the woman as she has a gun pointed at her. He goes to yell commands, put your hand on top of your head when you come out. Officer asks if there's anyone else. The woman responds, my daughter. Oh shit, an officer responds. As an officer tells the woman to keep walking backward towards them, another officer says they need to get the daughter out of the car. Okay, so he did read this article in its entirety, and nowhere here does it mention why they grappled her car and whether or not they were following policy to turn on their lights and sirens. Because if she's a law-abiding citizen, which she seems to be, I'm pretty sure she would have stopped. So either she's retarded and she didn't stop when the lights and sirens were behind her, or the officer's retarded and they didn't have the lights and sirens on, or they just turned it on 1 second right before they grappled her, and then they held her at gunpoint. This is entirely unacceptable. Before I make these statements, I need to see for sure if I'm retarded, if the writer of this article is retarded, or if the officers are retarded, or is this woman, somebody here is retarded, and somebody needs to take responsibility. YouTube chat is so whack. What's wrong with YouTube chat? Is it because it's slow on the overlay here? What the heck? You moved over to Twitch? It's super slow and tiny. You mean on the overlay on the screen here? Because I made it smaller the other day, and yes, it is slow. However, I believe that might be because I have YouTube set to... what's it called? There's like 3 different latency speeds. I have it set to normal, so I think that's just YouTube's normal thing. I think on my chat window it appears immediately as soon as you type it, but on the overlay it's like it's a significant delay. It's not very good measure to go on. 1, 2, 3. Also about 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 to 6 seconds then, actually. Okay. Yeah, it's on in the chat here. I can see it right away. It's just that on the screen, it's not very good in terms of its speed. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday to you too, BW. Hello. I hope you're having a good day. Yeah, it's pretty okay. Things could be much worse, but they are not. So we take those W's. Officer is retarded 8 out of 10 times, according to Grassmax. And yes, that's what it seems to be. Although, to be fair, we have to also take into account that most of the time, the retarded officers are the ones who make it to the news. I don't know how many journalists or publications would be interested in publishing good, happy, perfectly fine policing stories on their website. So we have to be careful about that potential blind spot. In my vocabulary, in my world, the R word never went away. It's a perfectly acceptable word, as is the F word. Fun, you know, we like to have fun around here. But let me go see if I can find another article about this, see if anybody mentions what the heck happened, because this article certainly doesn't. It is possible that this particular publication and this particular writer simply missed a paragraph or something. Tempe police grapple car. There are not a lot of articles about this. I guess it did just come out at the end of the year. I guess that's a perfectly good time to publish a story that you want to press at the very last day of the year. So no, and a year after it occurred. This is some major bullshit, in my opinion. I don't know about you guys. Okay, I think this is the story last October. When was this published? Motor Biscuit was published 2 hours ago. Even these guys just only now heard about it. Then the officer rammed the back of the Verano and deployed a grappler device. Okay. Last October, police officers in Tempe, Arizona were in pursuit of a white early 2000s Buick Verano while trying to listen for the suspect's exact location or direction of travel. A detective spotted a vehicle that almost perfectly matched the vehicle officers were searching for. Then the officer rammed the back. Okay, it hasn't mentioned lights or sirens yet. Then the officer rammed the back of the Verano and deployed grappler device. The device secures the fugitive's vehicle to the officer's cruiser to ensure they don't escape. In case you didn't know, the device's deployment punctured the gas tank too. The officer pulled over. Is this the proper use of pull over? I wouldn't call this pull over. I would call this a forceful stop. I would call this a grappler stop, not a pulled over. In my mind, I don't drive. I don't know anything about cars. I don't know enough about traffic and vehicle laws. I only know enough to not get hit by cars. That's all I know. What is considered pull over? Would you call every traffic stop being pulled over? Would you call being pulled over a traffic stop? Would you call being grappled pulled over? Would you call being grappled a traffic stop? What is the technical and legal definition of being pulled over by the police? We're asking Perplexity AI. Hopefully he can find good source. Oh, I should have asked him to cite his sources. Is an ableist word that hurts many people. I hope one day you understand. No, I understand that, but I don't think it's really that harmful at all. We're on the internet. People can choose to go elsewhere if they don't like the words. You know, not every space is for everyone, and that's okay. Wow, it's so much fun using hatred against others. No, it's not hatred. I wouldn't call it hatred at all. I would call it a word. I don't think words are harmful. I think words can be harmful. They can be used to target people and hurt them, but by default on their own, I don't think they are, especially when we're talking about a situation in which I personally believe there are heavy legal implications and police policy implications that were probably broken in very egregious ways. I appreciate your perspective, but I really don't see the world that way, and I think it's okay if people have their own spaces and their own terms, and that's fine. We can coexist. What's real fun is grandstanding on a micro Twitch stream. Yeah, that can be. This is definitely the place to do it. Okay, Perplexity's answer to what is the technical and legal definition of being pulled over by the police. A traffic stop, colloquially known as being pulled over, is a temporary detention of a vehicle. Temporary. I don't know if I would consider grappling a car so that it's non-operational a temporary stop. But that's just me. That's just me as an English major who values the definitions and usage of words. A temporary detention of a vehicle's driver and its occupants by law enforcement officers. From a legal perspective, this action is considered a seizure under the Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution. It cites LSD.law and Cornell Law School for traffic stops. We'll read these in a second. Key aspects of a traffic stop. Legal basis. To initiate a traffic stop, law enforcement must have 1. Reasonable suspicion that a traffic violation or crime has occurred. Okay, the officer had that, but he had the incorrect target. Probable cause, which is an unbiased, reasonable, and a specific suspicion of a violation or criminal behavior. Unbiased, reasonable, specific suspicions. I think these seem fine. He had those in my opinion. Constitutional implications. Traffic stops are typically considered Terry stops, named after the Supreme Court case Terry v. Ohio. Wikipedia citation on traffic stop. This classification means that the Fourth Amendment's protections against unreasonable searches and seizures apply. 3. Justification requirements. Officers cannot pull over vehicles randomly or without cause. They must be able to articulate specific reasons for the stop, such as, okay, and we have covered that in the first legal basis. Based off what I'm seeing here, I don't know if I would agree with a deployed stop being considered pulled over. I'm not a lawyer, but I am a writer and a thinker of thoughts and ideas, and I don't think those are equivalent. Okay, let's read Cornell Law School's definition of traffic stop. A traffic stop of a vehicle and detention of its occupants is a seizure for Fourth Amendment purposes. A routine traffic stop is justified if the police officer has a reasonable suspicion that the occupant is unlicensed or the vehicle is unregistered. The officer does not need a reasonable suspicion of the occupant's involvement in criminal activities. The reasonable suspicion of criminal activities discovered during traffic stop may give rise to a legitimate Terry stop. Okay. Maybe I'm just being autistically nitpicky about this, but I think this is a fair criticism. Not only do I not consider this being pullover, and I also am very perplexed about whether or not the officer had the lights on and the sirens on. Okay, what the heck is going on in chat? What's going on in Twitch chat? What's more fun is white knighting on a micro Twitch stream. I would just say my thoughts on the use of an ableist word that hurts many people. Streamer has different opinion, and that's fine. White knight chatter tries to antagonize me with repeated use of said word targeted at me. I think is what that means. I think I would. It's fine that you have this perspective on it's an ableist language, which you can have that opinion, and I have a different opinion, and they don't seem to be meshing well here, so that's fine. You have the right to stay here, or you have the right to leave. If you don't like the language that I use or my perspective on things, and that's perfectly fine. You're welcome to be here. However, if you're going to continue this chatter, I'm not gonna let the chat environment get overtaken by fairly benign, non-malevolent, and ultimately irrelevant commentary. So take that as you will. I will be leaving solely because of gas mask. Well, sorry to hear, but that's fine. Thanks for dropping by. No one's white knighting. I just think you're take-it retarded. White knighting even more. I don't even know who's white knighting who. I don't. Enjoy your ableist community. Gas mask, good luck with your white knight quest. I mean, I do like being able-bodied and being able to work and use my strength to perform great deeds and great feats. So I'm not against ableism. I'm also not against disableists and disableism. But good luck, have fun. Okay, so as far as I can tell, it seems that the officer was definitely retarded. Let's finish reading this article here. So he pulled over the Verano, approached the vehicle with his gun drawn, and ordered the occupants to exit the vehicle with their hands up. Okay, $1 in the car. Oh shit. Police compensation was minimal. A spokesperson for the city of Tempe said the risk management department paid the driver $500 for her trouble. They paid $500 for her trouble. For being illegally stopped, for probably not even being alerted that you're being asked to stop and just stopped regardless, and then having a gun drawn at you, and then having your gas tank punctured, potentially endangering your daughter. $500, that'll do, apparently, in the city of Tempe. Though there's no way of knowing if that was enough to pay for the damages. No officers were disciplined after the incident, too. However, they reportedly went through additional training on how to properly identify a suspect's vehicle. I think if the rest of the details match, other than the license plate, obviously, and the incorrect driver, I think you have enough suspicion to start a pursuit and turn on your lights and sirens. But I think this is an issue of both properly identifying and using your tools as you're supposed to as an officer. ACLU rep says it should scare you. Yes, it definitely does scare me that if I happen to have the same vehicle as somebody else, I'm scared. I might get grappled, and I'm not gonna have enough time to react to an officer turning on the lights and sirens because they turned it on. They turned it on after they stopped her. Watch, that's gonna be. They should take this to court so we can discover what the heck happened here, because there's no indication anywhere in any article I've seen so far. It seems incredibly sloppy detective work here. Jared Keenan, the legal detective of the ACLU of Arizona, said the incident, on top of the department's reaction, should concern drivers. Quote, That should scare anybody, he said after watching the footage, because what this says is, quote, if you happen to have a car that looks like the car the police are searching for, you might be violently stopped in this way as well. That's what I'm saying. See, look, I'm saying it's a violent stop. It's not, quote, pulled over. Who is this writer? Kristen Brown. Does she do... Oh, she does a lot of police stuff. U.S. Army vet kills 15 and injures. Passenger truck destroys fire truck. I don't like the use of the words pulled over right here. I think this ACLU person is way better. Saying, quote, violently... What do you say? Violently stopped? You might be violently stopped. That's a much better explanation for what seems to have occurred here. He doesn't think the officer's excuse was a good one either. Quote, this is why there are license plates that individualize vehicles and can allow the police to determine whether it is the actual vehicle they're looking for or not, he continued. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the reason why this story happened in October 2023 and they didn't publish it until December 31st, 2024 is because they know they done fucked up. They know they done goofed. That's bullshit. If that were me, I would definitely take this to court. Major bullshit. For anyone who doesn't know, I am an old-timey internet person. I read 4chan back in the days. I watched Arby and the Chief back in the days. We used language here that may not be for everybody. That's okay. This stream and my community and my behavior and my speech is not for everybody. And it's okay, you know? I have my little corner over here. You don't have to like it, and that's cool. But if you happen to drop by and happen to leave because you don't like certain things about my community or my personality, then you're well within your rights to do so. But thanks for dropping by, and thanks for giving me a chance. So, if you don't know anything about the old-timey internet, you might learn some things here. You might hear some things here that may not be to your liking. So, user beware. And anyway, this was so I was correct in being outraged while listening to this, and okay, I'm glad that he read the article in its entirety. I am glad that he did not skip a paragraph and miss out on a potential thing where the officer Buick Verano turned on his lights for 5 hours before deploying his grapple, and this woman, this dumb bitch, refused to stop. Therefore, she was grappled because her car matched the description. If that were the case, then yeah, fine, go ahead, grapple her. She's disregarding clear traffic laws and rules and safety. But that doesn't seem like the case. Officer turns the lights on 2 seconds after stopping her. Needs to get fired or something. Okay, so that's this isn't what I wanted to cover on stream, but I was so amazed and baffled by this that I had to just cover it right away. My left earphone is being estúpido. Is it clogged up or something? It is clogged up. Fake. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Oh my god, that's so much better. I can actually hear myself out of my left ear. Yeah, that's one of my issues with Zoomers and TikToks and Shorts. Those are not. Even though I am doing Shorts to try to like put out a sense of like my vibe and what I'm all about, I am well aware that the likelihood of my Shorts being taken well is quite low, because I'm not the loud, super fast, super duper edity, bombastic, Zoomer thing, I'm well aware that that the youth these days are into things and video content that I don't really make. So I'm aware of that. I'm well aware that it will probably not be received well in the big popular spheres and the big popular trends and what's currently popping off. But I think there's, the point of the shorts and stuff is to start building up my little niche. Just trying to see who likes RP stuff, who likes news stuff, who likes aliens stuffs, and I am prepared for people to appear in chats and in comments who don't like what I do. That's okay. I know that the Zoomies and I probably won't get along very well for very many reasons. Okay, what I wanted to start with today. Before I get any further, I have my to-do list for today, my dailies for today. I have completed the first daily. I did OBS, my now playing thing down here on the bottom left. This thing down here. I had to make a couple of edits to this, so I did that earlier. So that's done. I did my Twitch emote stuff. I finished that. I didn't work on RB5. I'm streaming. We can do that. Stream. What time is it? How long have I been streaming? 47 minutes. So 8 p.m. Okay, stream, and we started at 8 p.m. And nail polish. That's what I want to do on stream right now. I want to do my nail polish. And this other stuff I might not get to. But that's okay, because I did a bunch of other stuff. I have a podcast to listen to, so we'll listen to that while I do my nail polish. But before we get to that, I have a couple thingy winkies. Null Helix, hello. How are you? When did you get in here? I feel like I know who you are, but I feel like you changed your name, so I don't quite remember. Are you... Are you Chimera? Okay, yeah, it is. Okay, I was correct in. I guess I can't be upset at you because I also have a lot of usernames, and I'm aware that it's confusing. I know that my YouTube name, my Twitch, my Twitch name has never changed. My name on Discord. I can't complain because I've also changed my name a bunch. Hello, welcome. I saw that you said that you were being bedridden, and when was the most recent time that happened to me? I think at some point in either summer or fall last year, I felt bedridden for quite a while, and for fairly legitimately spooky reasons, and yeah, it's definitely tough. So, I would say hang in there. Appreciate the fact that there are moments where you have the energy to get up and do stuff and be cool and awesome and do the things you want to do. Because when we experience laying down in bed and being unable to get up, it does feel like a waste of time sometimes, or like I wish I could be doing more. But in the good moments, we can look back on that and say, you know what? Maybe I needed that rest. Maybe it was necessary. Maybe it was healthy. And maybe that's why I now have the strength to get up and do things. So I would say try to keep that in mind. Almost done with coffee times. Okay. Let's see. I wanted to. Okay, so this morning, I woke up at like 3 a.m. or so. Hang on, I was DMing. Let me see what time that was. I woke up at about 3 a.m. and then I remember I saw the time, and then it was 3:43 because I saw Jack in my mind. I saw Jack pointed 3:43 because of Halo, and then I was in this weird limbo of either being awake or deciding to wake up and get up and do stuff, or going back to sleep. And so at some point after 3:43, I started praying and asking for God to either give me the strength to get up and work on stuff, or to help me fall asleep. And right after I said that, I have this light here on top above my monitor. I don't think I've ever had any issues with this light until like 3 or 4 days ago, where it turned on by itself at like maybe 2 a.m. or it was at some point at night. This light turned on. Turn the brightness all the way up so it's more evident. This light turned on by itself. There was nobody near it. I was laying in bed. I thought it was a ghost the first time. Just to be funny, I thought it was a ghost. And then, as I was praying, asking whether or not I should get up, the light turned on. I was in the process of continuing to pray. It turned off. That didn't happen the first time. It was only on for like 20 seconds, less than 30 seconds. It's only happened those 2 times. It hasn't happened since. I will keep an eye out, and from this point forward, I will try to log the time, and I guess also the duration. I have to assume the second time it happened, it was a response to my prayer. The first time, maybe it was just a spooky ghost, or maybe there was a spirit nearby trying to say something. I wasn't saying anything at the time. I was just chilling in bed. So I don't. The first time it didn't turn off. It stayed on for like, I don't know, maybe 5 minutes until being manually turned off. So that's what happened to me this morning. That's what I woke up to. Then, when I got up, when I took a break from working on my stuff, I saw this video. Demon recording.
Hi, I'm Bob Dylan.
So I recently started following this guy because he does a lot of good, well-researched, well-investigated work on big feats. And he had this spooky thing happen on his computer. And I happened to see this hours after my prayer was answered or responded to. So either the coincidences are just so spectacular for these similar enough things to line up, Or what's that thing called where the sun shoots out something and then it has a chance to kill stuff or fuck with computers? What is ACC memory for, and can it correct the solar phenomena that interferes with technology? I assume it's solar flare, but I'm not entirely sure. Solar phenomena. While ECC memory can help mitigate some effects of solar phenomena, it doesn't specify what, it just says solar phenomena. On computer systems, it is important to note its limitations. ECC memory can correct minor errors caused by solar radiation. Oh, I guess it's a form of radiation. Particularly single-bit errors. So either, what I'm thinking in my mind, I'll dive into what happened here with this guy and his computer, and how it might be some sort of error in memory or CPU, or it could have been a solar phenomena as well. Or it could have been an actual spirit thing, or it could have been, somebody here mentioned a potential corruption of a cache file in his recording. But the recording that this demon spit out is way too contextually specific that I find it really hard to believe for it to be solar phenomena or cache corruption or any other sort of technical thing. So I'm wondering do we have resources that track when solar, or I guess, what is this solar phenomena called that can interfere with technology? Just so we actually have a name, even though I think there's multiple potential things. Solar phenomena that can interfere with technology are called solar. Okay, so they are solar flares. Solar flares and coronal mass ejections. Oh, that's what I call it too. Coronal mass ejections. Guys, come see my coronal mass ejections. Geomagnetic storms. Okay, so it is a solar flare. Okay, so I was correct in thinking that, but I wasn't sure, so I wanted to double check. Okay, now that I have that in mind, there is a popular Super Mario 64 speedrun in which Mario clips through the environment. As far as I'm aware, this scenario has never been replicated, and there are suggestions that this may have occurred as a result of a solar flare. Can you find sources that investigate this hypothesis? I believe it was a speedrun. Go. I've been using Perplexity so much that I think I actually might end up paying for this. It's literally good. The incident you're referring to is a famous glitch that occurred during a Super Mario 64 speedrun by the player Dota_Teabag in 2013. This glitch, known as the ceiling up warp, I thought I said up warp, caused Mario to unexpectedly warp to a higher platform, saving time in the speedrun. The event gained significant attention in the speedrunning community, with one prominent player even offering a $1,000 bounty for anyone who can solve this mystery. While the glitch was initially attributed to a cosmic ray event, so it wasn't a solar flare, it's important to note that this explanation is more of a popular theory than a confirmed fact. Okay, is it? So then what is the actual? I'm assuming it spit out this statement it's more of a popular theory than a confirmed fact because it knows. If it didn't know, I would expect a different set of words. Here's what we know. The glitch has never been replicated under normal gameplay conditions, despite numerous attempts. Okay, so it could have been under a Taz run. Analysis suggests that the glitch may have been caused by a single bit flip in Mario's height value, changing from this value to this value. The cosmic ray theory proposes that an ionizing particle from space collided with the N64 console, causing this bit flip. However, experts and speedrunners have expressed skepticism about the cosmic ray explanation. 1. The likelihood of such an event is extremely rare. Okay, let's read this citation. 2. Other more plausible explanations exist, such as hardware issues or in-game mechanics. Other plausible explanations exist. Yes. Oh, I don't disagree with that, but that doesn't mean that the cosmic ray explanation is therefore unplausible. Okay, we'll keep reading. 3. A recent video suggests that the cosmic ray theory may be more of a myth spread by gaming journalism rather than a scientifically verified explanation. I think that goes without saying. While cosmic rays can indeed cause bit flips in electronic devices, attributing the specific glitch to a cosmic ray event remains highly speculative. The true cause of the glitch is still unknown, and more realistic theories based on hardware issues or game mechanics are also being considered by Super Mario 64 experts. In conclusion, while the cosmic ray hypothesis has gained popularity, it remains unproven and is considered unlikely by many in the speedrunning community. The incident continues to be a fascinating mystery in the world of speedrunning. Okay, so this event occurred in 2013. If there were plausible technical and hardware or software explanations, I would imagine we would have made some ground in that department. But the fact that this... I'm not going to keep going. I could keep asking the AI for sources and citations, but I'm not going to. In the interest of time. But I would imagine it's been over a decade. We have no new information other than speculation. It's fine to say that we have no verified incident of cosmic rays, but that's where my next follow-up question will go. Do we have a database or resource of dates and times and regions affected by solar flare that may have caused issues with technology? This is how fucked up my specific brand of autism is. We go from praying to a sign from God to demons and corrupted demon files into Super Mario 64 speedrun once in a lifetime glitch into solar flare research. Oh, only on this stream, I think. I don't know if anybody else has covered this and or has interests specifically aligned like this. So we'll see. Yes, there are several databases and resources that track solar flare activity and their potential impacts on technology. Space Weather Database. SolarDB. This is a cyber infrastructure developed for advancing space weather research. It contains databases and tools that play an important role in analyzing adverse space weather effects and predicting extreme space weather events. 2. Multi-instrument databases. Okay, do you have a link for these? They do. When did the speedrun occur? 2013. Wait. This article says in 2016, a speedrunner attempting to beat Mario 60. So it's 20. Wait. Okay, here's the source video. This clip was uploaded 8 years ago, July 2016. When is the original run? The original run, I think is it gone or is it still here? Is a Twitch link to a original was taken down. Dota_teabag glitch original date. I need somebody reliable who is not an AI to help me find the original date for this, since the AI got it wrong the first time. I think that this video essay might have the date.
Misinformation is unfortunately common whenever to the race. Talking about caused a spontaneous upward speedrunning. Myths such as glitches are cheating, Taskbot is a machine learning AI, and speedrun being 2 words instead of 1. However, one particular speedrunning myth stands above the rest in terms of how widespread it is, how widely accepted it is among the casual audience, and how much it continues to annoy speedrunners and testers alike. Because it probably didn't even happen. The myth that a cosmic ray from outer space caused a spontaneous upwarp that saves time in a Super Mario 64 speedrun. Now, you've probably heard about this incident either from a YouTube video or even a meme posted on social media, but in case you have no idea what I'm talking about, boy do I have the story for you. And if you end up enjoying this video,
oh my god, I don't care.
If you like speedrun,
When did it happen?
Thank you. 10 years ago on September
10. Oh, okay. Wait. Okay. So it did happen. Somebody is wrong here. Either it happened September 21st, 2013, or this article here is wrong. It says in 2016. They ran into the glitch. Somebody's wrong. I'm assuming this article here is wrong. Does he have a link to the original date? To the original VOD? Okay, well, I'll check this out later, because I am personally curious, but we're not gonna keep going down this direction. As fun as it might be. He says it's wrong, so I want to see his evidence, but I don't care enough to do it on stream. Mario 64 glitch. Solution? Question mark? Okay. So that happened in 2013. So I think it's quite cringe to say. It's quite cringe to say that it is probably not spooky solar flares, but also we can't prove it hardware-wise through legitimate glitches. So hopefully this guy has the answer. All right. Anyway, back to this guy, Bob Gillen. Back to Spooky Demons. So I listened to this after my prayer was answered, and there were at least 2 potentially spiritual or solar flare issues aligned on this date, so that this would reach me on this particular date after this particular light turned on. So what happened in this situation is he got a new computer. He moved some of his files that he had from his old computer onto a USB drive. He put it into a new computer, and then he went to sleepings. And then when he woke up the next day, there was a recording that he did not record. That sounds pretty spooky. Let's see if I can go find the...
Enough, there was something else there. And that is, here in the audio files. And if you look right here by the audio files, my audio 003 straight lines, whereas it's 02, and then my audio 0003.
Okay. So here is what the potentially corrupted file, or the potentially demonic file, or the potentially solar flare file, whatever it is, this is what it spit out.
So I decided to, of course, as you could imagine, give it a listen.
I will go ahead and preface this by saying his normal recording doesn't have all of this background noise. I don't know how a cache file... There are I don't know how a cache file would be able to accomplish what it did accomplish regarding the words he said. I don't know. I imagine it would be able to crank up the compression like it did here, so that it's picking up like this background noise. But that's gonna happen throughout this demonic recording. But his regular recordings aren't like this at all. So he knows enough about the audio to get clear audio.
In a last-ditch attempt to save her life, she tried to crawl under a bed. But it was no use. Kessaga. Kesagaki was very strong. But worse than that, he was very hungry. I could not.
Okay, so that's his corrupted file. Multiple things to point out. The incredibly loud background noise. I can imagine a corrupted file doing that. But I can't imagine a corrupting file entirely changing words that he didn't say in the original recording. And I have a hard time believing a corrupted cache file could repeat the words that it did in the way that it did. So that's a potential solution. Is this a ghost? It might be a ghost. Yes. The assumption that he's going on and that I'm trying to also investigate is whether or not it is a demon. So according to the context of the video that he's talking about, Kesagaki is a bear. I haven't watched the original video, but now I'm curious. Now I want to. Sankebetsu brown bear video. Apparently, this is a brown bear. So this is from his description. While researching the brown bear video, I found several researchers who refused to say the bear's name, Kesagaki. I didn't really think much about it, but I certainly had no qualms with saying it myself. Just like me, I also have no qualms about saying certain words myself that other people are afraid of, like Voldemort. And I still don't, because I typically make a point to not acquiesce to the demands of demonic / or infernal / evil entities. So it's actually an important point that actual researchers, I don't know if these are who these researchers are. I hope they're scientists and or spiritual people who know what the fuck they're talking about. And if they themselves refuse to say this name, maybe I shouldn't be saying it either. It's possible that there's some actual demonic activity here. So I'll have to look into this, into this bear. Guys, I'm just doing bear research. Okay, I'm just doing bear research. Oh, hey, God of Thor Zero, when did you get in here? Oh, that reminds me. I keep forgetting. At the end of streams, I keep forgetting. Remember to thank subscribers and patrons at the end of stream. Okay, I'm gonna pin that to my top of my stream to-do list. I'll do it today. God of Doors, I'll do it. You'll see. I'm sleepy, but I can't fall asleep. Oh fuck! No, that's the worst part. You should do what I did and pray, and then one of the lights in your room will turn on, and that'll be your cue to keep working. I did. Was it you who said you took the melatonins? Did you run out? Rippy dippy, rippy skippy. The only other time that I've ever run into a spooky thing where people would either refuse to say their name is when watching Ghost Adventures. There's a demon called what's his name? Zozo demon, this guy. I think they were playing with the Ouija board. And then after that, a woman, I think from the corner of her eye, she saw like a shadow on the wall or something passing outside in the window. And then after that, the family apparently had a bunch of poltergeist-like activity happening. And just overall, basically, it's like they were cursed. And then these guys came to investigate. Zach Baggins of the Shire went to investigate, and after his investigation, he himself was starting to get some cursed-like things, and so he went to a priest to get cleansed. And then afterward, the guy whose home this happened in, he also was like, why did you get a cleansing for me? Oh no. So then they arranged that, and then he got cleansed. I don't remember what happened after the fact, but this Zozo demon is reminding me an awful lot about this Kesagaki demon. And so I'm wondering if there's actually something here to this. Let me see if I can find his original. Fuck. No! His original recording so we can compare. Fuck. No. He was hungry. That's what he said. Fuck. Why is it not picking up on the transcript? Unlucky.
A distorted version of this 11-second. A creepy demon bear fight, but of even greater depth. I don't know about Japan. That's a big thing in a last-ditch attempt to save her life, she tried to crawl under the bed, but it didn't do any good. Kesagaki was very strong, but of even greater detriment.
Oh.
It didn't.
Okay, here's the raw recording and the corrupted demonic recording back to back.
To save her life. Words from the demon file. The bed didn't do any good. The file says a bed, but it was no use. First, I'm going to play the 11 seconds that was in the MP4, and then I'll play the words from the demon file with all the dead air edited out. In a last-ditch attempt to save her life, she tried to crawl under the bed, but it didn't do any good. Kesagaki was very strong, but of even greater detriment. He was very hungry. In a last-ditch attempt to save her life.
Okay, this is the demon file here. Hey.
But of even greater detriment. He was very hungry.
Okay, that was the end of the original recording. Here is the demon file.
Last-ditch attempt to save her life. She tried to crawl under a bed, but it was no use. Kesagaki was very strong, but worse than that, he was very hungry. Here's what I recorded with text beside it. In a last, he was very strong.
So, he does mention how he knows in Catholicism, he's not religious, I think he said, but he knows in Catholicism the number 3 is relevant and brought up. So he thinks if this is a spirit, an evil demon, maybe it's like trying to summon itself. I think there was something similar like that too in the Zoes. I have to rewatch it now. So maybe the demon's trying to summon itself using his computer because he's in some way willing it into existence by talking about it, by thinking about it, by mentioning it. I don't know. It's pretty spooky. Are you super into occult stuff? I don't know that I would say I'm into occult stuff as much as I would say I like investigating occult stuff. I like the way I see it. I feel like it's maybe in some ways this is actually a good practice in current times because of a whole bunch of misinformation and people who are out there who are liars and grifters and full of shit. I feel like this is for some reason, maybe the world set me onto this path in which in this space where there's a lot of lies and deceptions and people who don't understand technology or stuff, maybe I'm here to actually investigate honestly, earnestly, openly, and put all my notes there in public with the proper as scientifically as I can, as honestly as I can, to do detective investigations into the spooky things of the world, to to just like show how it's done, I guess. I don't know. That's kind of what I feel like, if anything. So am I super into occult stuff? I would say I'm into investigating and trying to prove, I guess maybe not trying to prove, but trying to find what's real and what's not real. I have only recently started following this guy. I appreciate his work. I like his work. He seems to be thorough. He seems to investigate well. He seems to point out potential criticisms, potential solutions, potential answers. I think he does good work. I think he's honest. This could be faked. I don't know him well enough yet. This could be faked. From the little that I know of him, I don't think it is faked. But I am open to finding out that maybe he has faked this. I saw another video from his another day. Some spooky. He took some spooky pictures from years ago. Yes, I am definitely Velma. Maybe that's why I also like Scooby-Doo.
Ghosts are rather polarizing. Oh, sorry.
I like Spooky-Doo. Okay, so these are pictures when he first got an iPhone years and years ago when they were new. He's a manager at this hotel place. He's by himself. There's nobody there. He took pictures and videos.
First time it appears. It's never been a plan. Get fixated on this window at the end of the hall. I take 3 photos of the window. And then one at the floor. The baseboard, maybe. And I must have walked away. I'm looking at the window from a distance, but I'm heading back to it. And then here is the first of several in this sequence that seem to depict something else, to the right of the floor.
This could also be faked. Everything in this video that he took could be faked. There could be somebody else there. He could have a pal. He could just be lying. Those are possibilities that I take into account in these investigations. I'm open to that. But I don't think he's doing that. If it comes out later, that he is indeed a liar and a faker, I will leave that possibility open. So while there's nothing here that I can say conclusively, definitively that he's lying or making it up, I am leaning slightly toward believing him. I am leaning toward believing that these are spirits and ghosts that he captured pictures and videos of.
Flash. And if you're not convinced, you can see it better on the live capture, and I'll replay it. Again, I didn't even notice the figure in this sequence until I started working on this video.
It does look like a person in this video. It does look like his friend there is. It looks like he's. Looks like he's staring at the wall, like at the end of Blair Witch, where he's just staring at the corner. It does look like it's definitely an opaque, human-shaped figure that appears to be facing to the right. So it could be a dude. It could be a mannequin.
Again, I didn't even notice the figure in this sequence until I started working on this video. This was not the subject of this video.
This one's easy to fake if it's a real person. So the outline is so clear. That either it's a person and he's faking it for clout, or it's an actually good apparition captured here.
I haven't even gotten to the good part yet. And it's easy to think at first that the silhouette is just me, but it's not, because I'm holding the phone in front of my face. And you can even make out that there's no arm between where the figure is and the flash. Just to be clear, I'm holding the phone to my face on the left. To prove that the silhouette on the right isn't me, look at this photo from earlier, from a few photos ago. See? No figure. I'm the only silhouette in the picture, with the flash in front of my face. And then about 10 pictures later, in the same spot, I'm not the only figure in frame. It's incredible. Am I missing something? Is there some way that this is like my reflection or something that I'm completely missing? Because it kind of seems like it can't be. But it is. Then I go away. Look at some doors. And again, sorry if this is boring, but I'm literally showing you every photo I took that night in order. So looking at doors. But then wouldn't you know it, I end up right back in front of that window. I was alone in there.
And then here's where it gets even weirder. He takes multiple more pictures and it seems like the figure, the apparition, is walking away with each subsequent picture, which is also definitely easy to fake if he has a buddy there, if they're planning this. He did say that it was he basically just got an iPhone, which they had the first time we all got smartphones. We were playing with the camera, I think, tinkering with it. So that's what he's saying. That's why he's saying he took a bunch of pictures, which makes sense to me. So if this is all an elaborate hoax, I would buy that. If it's not an elaborate hoax, and it's actually real, I'm open to the possibility ever so slightly.
But not alone. Strangely enough, this photo is the last photo that used the live capture. After this photo, the live capture feature ended, which according to my research, is a result of low battery. When low battery mode turns on, it only takes the normal still capture. But I took 6 more pictures of that window. And well, I was all prepared to say that after the live feature ended, that it didn't pick up anything else, but as I'm looking at it...
Oh, he said it! We got do we have a Wojak point? I don't think we have a Wojak point. Fuck, I don't have it. Well, we have a Wojak exorcism. I don't have a Wojak point.
Sure looks... It only takes the normal still capture. But I took 6 more pictures of that window. And well, I was all prepared to say that after the live feature ended, that it didn't pick up anything else, but...
It's called Wojak exorcism. So we're talking about demons. Yes, demons are in fact cursed. What is your favorite horror movie? My favorite horror movie. I'll start listing them and try to narrow it down. Let's see. I've watched Blair Witch Project. When I first watched it, or I guess when I rewatched it as a teen, I watched it again, and then I followed it up by Blair Witch Project 2, and I saw that it was an entirely different thing, so I stopped after like 10 minutes. Ooh, I like what's it called? The one where they're in Alaska and there's the spooky aliens. And the owl. Alaska. Spooky demon alien white owl at the window. Movie. Is this one? The Fourth Kind. I like this one. This one's weird too because it like goes into both occult and aliens. I like this one. This one's fun. It's apparently it's based off a real story. But then I watched a YouTube video where they fabricated a lot of the stuff that they portrayed in the movie, so it's kind of cringe. I heard people like Hereditary. I haven't watched it. I haven't watched it because I watched the previous movie from this person, and I didn't like it. Where is director? Oh, Midsummer. I didn't like Midsummer. It's kind of cringe. Woman loud crying, cringe. I didn't really like it. I appreciate Midsummer, but it just didn't speak to me, really. So I guess because of Midsummer, I didn't watch Hereditary. It colored my insides. Put a bad taste in my mouth. But I heard Hereditary is good, so maybe I'll give it a shot. What else? There was this other one with this old grandma. I stopped Midsummer when the old people started jumping off the cliff. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think part of like the body and body horror, gore, porn stuff, it's not really for me. I mean, I'm not squeamish about it, but I mean, whoa, body parts is scary, guys. Whoa. Yeah. Me personally, I think I would kind of agree with that point in the sense that like this is it. This is you put this is your horror. It's definitely not very high up on the tier list of horror for me. Is it even considered horror? Horror, spooky wookies. Dark comedy, folk horror, psychological. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't. This wasn't very good on my tier list. I think we have a tier list for this actually. Back in the before times when we were making the movie tier list. Well, I'll find it later. Well, let's see if I can find that other movie. It's another mockumentary style horror. That one was also pretty bad. Mockumentary horror movie. Old lady. The window opens. The Visit? Oh, wait. Oh, this one. This is it. The Taking of Deborah Logan. Okay, look. Look, guys. I don't know. I grew up watching Call of Duty commentaries. I followed Painkiller already since the early days. I took many suggestions from Kyle about movies, especially horror movies. Dude, Kyle's movie suggestions are such dog shit. He suggested fucking Apostle. Apostle was so cringe. He suggested this one. I was hoping it would be better. I like the premise. It could have been so much better. He suggested Gravity. It's fine. I don't hate Gravity, but it could have been better. Like, Kyle has such dog shit movie takes. I have stopped listening to what he has to say regarding movies. Yeah, I'm not saying Gravity is bad, but I think I was expecting there to be a little bit more. It felt like it was missing something. Maybe for me, maybe my personal taste. I just wanted a little more, like a little bow on top to make it better, and I felt a little bit empty, like it was missing something. Maybe I'll have to rewatch it. To be fair, he did say he watched it in 3D, and one of the most impactful scenes for him is where like she's floating off away from the space shuttle or whatever, and she's trying to grapple onto the whatever thing is dangling to save her life. So in 3D, I would imagine it would be a very emotional experience indeed. It was good. Oh, you're talking about Taking Up Deborah Logan, God of Doors? And then Grassmax says, Gravity was good. It did end quickly. Yeah. Yeah, something. Maybe they cut a scene, or they were planning on it, and they just ran out of budget or time. I don't know. What is it with streamers and dog shit movie takes? Hey, look, no. Like, I don't have dog shit movie takes. Like, as you can see, in my room, I like Joker, the movie that doesn't have a sequel, Joker. I like that movie and The Lord of the Rings. So see, I have good movie takes. And also, I like my wife Samus when she's wearing the Zero suit. I like cool things. See, it's a grass mask. You pineapple sucker. Hey, look. You can have as much pineapple as you want. Okay. Yeah, Deborah Logan was good, not great. Yeah, Kyle suggested this one as well. As I was saying, I felt like toward the end they got a bit. Oh, I like Malignant. I think I like that one. Is that really 2021? What the heck? This one, Malignant. Oh, what's that? What's that? This one wasn't too bad. I like Malignant. It's a Malignant. Oh, what's that? One of my favorite memes ever. See if I can find it. This is basically it here. This is one of my favorite memes ever. It's a fan-made Pokemon called Grasshole. Grasshole. Grasshole is born with a strange plant growing out of its buttocks. It uses its own waste as fertilizer. And so that's why I decided to call you Grassmax. It's okay. I give everybody retarded names. It's one of the things that it just become part of my personality after watching Arby and the Chief. I just say words and give people nicknames that are better than their actual names, okay? I need to think of a name for God of Doors. God of Whores. Yeah, taking the Deborah Logan, let me finish that. I appreciated where it was going, but I felt like the end, they got a little too silly, a little too unrealistic to a funny degree. It became a comedy toward the end for me. Which, in some respects, I like it. I like that, but I came in here for the comedy, and they gave us some jump scares early on, and I don't like jump scares. I would prefer horror that's more meaningful than just jump scares, or I guess reliant on jump scares. But I would say it's at least a 5. It could be as high as a 7, maybe. But I'll have to rewatch it, I guess, if I want to give a better, more recently thought of perspective. Okay, but anyway, yeah, I guess we'll finish with this ghost stuff here. He does have a couple photos. Here's a picture of it seems like there's a person here sitting on this couch. And so again, it could be a friend, it could be a mannequin, he could be lying. The last picture he has, it looks like there's some eye shine here. And we don't know what this light here is, according to him. It doesn't look like it's his camera. It doesn't look like it's coming from outside or inside. It could be that these lights are causing this that looks like eyes. But I don't know. So that's that. So this is the spooky stuff. Have you seen The Ruins or Grave Encounters? No, I have not. Let me go ahead and add that. I haven't been watching movies as much recently. I wish I could. I just forget. Okay. Okay, let's add to my big list. Horror by God of Horrors. The Ruins. Grave Encounters. I can make no promises as to when I will watch these, but I will keep them in mind. Okay, I need to do my nails, so we'll go ahead and get started on the podcast. I was unaware that this guy was also on Rogan recently. So that's what we're going to listen to. Kim Lin. Okay, good luck, God of Horrors. Try not to summon any demons by thinking about horror movies or spooky ghosts. Yeah, if you're gonna leave me on in the background, I take no responsibility for summoning any demons or saying spooky things to subconsciously inject monsters into your pre-sleep subconscious memory. You hereby relinquish me of any responsibility. So, good luck, have fun. Thanks for dropping by. And well, I guess while you're here, thanks for subscribing. Okay.
Start doing this.
Yeah, I think this was. I don't know actually, because this was, I think, during Spotify days. The YouTube upload is August 8th, 2024. What is the original date of Bob Gimlin's appearance on Joe Rogan? I guess I'll ask Perplexity so I can get more detailed. The YouTube upload says August 8th, 2020. It was fairly recently, so I think he is kind of cringe. To be fair, he has been cringe with Bigfoot stuff as well, especially to Lestroud's face, which I don't appreciate. And I'm aware that he's trying to be comedic sometimes, but there's a time and a place. And yeah, his political stuff has been so cringe as well. I stopped listening at some point before the coof. The YouTube upload says October 24th, but I believe it is possible that the origin date may have been during Spotify exclusivity. Can you find the original date? Please cite your sources. No, he can't determine it. Okay, let's ask. Let's ask Reddit. Reddit knows the answer. Reddit. r/Bigfoot. Bob Gimlin. Joe Rogan. Five months ago on Spotify. 5 months ago was August 8th. Oh, so it was. This is the actual date. Uh-oh. Did they actually talk Bigfoot, or did Joe hijack to talk about politics? Both. Oh no. Okay, we'll try to skip the Actually, Bob brought up politics. Oh no. Fuck. We're so fucked. So after listening to like 90% of this episode and then skimming through the transcript after they started talking about politics, I have decided that the episode could have used a lot more Sasquatch, including what I thought they would discuss. That's what I thought too. That's what I was hoping. Which would have been Giblin's favorite episodes from his channel, and a lot less other stuff. Rather disappointed, unfortunately, but the good news is that Bob Gimlin dropped a new video today on his channel. Okay. Does somebody have a timestamp, please? Timestamps to only Bigfoot and ghost stuff. Please. I think we're fucked. I think we're screwed. I will try to skip through the politics stuff if I can. I'm not really interested right this very now.
Man.
Okay, so I'm gonna do my nails and then we'll listen to this. So if I can't, if we get into politics by accident, I might not be able to skip it because there might be nail polish on me, and I don't want to get it on my mouse and keyboard. So you have been warned.
Pleasure to meet you too.
How'd you start doing this YouTube channel?
I've always enjoyed talking about those things, because who doesn't?
Right.
And I was always kind of surprised at how shitty they're usually talked about. I just saw the shooting star.
There it goes. Yeah, it'll trick you.
Like, so often you see this type of content is like, is there a monster in the woods?
Right.
And it's like, that's not the question. The question is more complex than that, and I often don't see it brought up that way.
There's something about these, like today I listened to the creepiest Bigfoot story one.
I guess before we really dive into this episode, one of my biggest criticisms of Rogan's, I can tell he's not serious, or how do you say it? I think he's more focused on being comedic when he said it. I'm sure the clip is there, if I just look for it, where it makes no sense what he says. It literally makes no sense. Where his take was, maybe the reason people see a big feet is because they're out in the middle of nowhere, where the nearest human being is 5 bajillion miles away, and they get so spooked and their mind is playing tricks on them and they see things and their pareidolia is, they're so spooked so they see a deer and they think it's a Bigfoot. It's like, I'm not a hunter, but I imagine hunters and farmers are pretty good at identifying things. If they've been doing it for a long time, they're comfortable and at peace out in the wilderness, in the wild, on their own. That's probably where they get a lot of their serenity from, and it's their home. It's their habitat where they excel and what they like and appreciate. If they see something out of the ordinary, they would be able to identify that it is out of the ordinary. If they see something that is ordinary, they would be able to identify that it is ordinary. So that's my criticism of that particular take. Let me see if I can find it. And so that's why I really don't think he was... he sometimes does not have the best perspective on it unless he was being comedic. And I really didn't think that's a good take at all. I don't remember which one it is. It might be this one. Let me ask Perplexity. Guys, let me ask the AI. There is a Joe Rogan clip in which he is discussing Bigfoot, and he suggests that the reason why hunters might report Bigfoot sightings is because they are out in the wilderness all on their own, and there is a subconscious fear and adrenaline that spooks them into believing deer are actually Bigfoot. Can you find this clip? Please, please, please. Please, please, please. Fuck. Must be one of these. Let's just go through them, I guess.
The Jero.
Yes.
Oh, it's Gigantopithecus, came over the Asian
Right.
plain, it's a
Oh.
bipedal
Yep.
hominid.
It might be this one. I think I remember hearing this.
Are usually loggers, hunters, natives, people that are out in the woods.
Loggers. There's another problem. Another problem is dusk. You see things at dusk or at
Okay,
dawn.
yeah, I think
Very
that-
confused.
I think
one
this is
time
it.
going, there's nothing out there. Yeah, didn't you say that about
Hunters
Bigfoot?
don't see it. That's why I don't believe in it.
Some hunters do.
No, not many.
people that
I think one thing he hasn't considered here, which he might genuinely just not know, it's as from what I have from my knowledge and my investigations and my research, it seems like only 10% of people who see a Bigfeet actually report it. He might not know that most of the hunters he's talking to just don't say it because they don't want to look retarded. They don't want to be made fun of. That is a very real possibility, and I don't think he's aware of that. So, in his defense, that might be the case, but it's the rest of his take is still retarded.
see it are usually loggers, hunters, natives, people that are out in the woods.
There's another problem. Another problem is dusk. You see things at dusk or at dawn. It's very confusing. Bears walk on two legs all the time. I have personally watched bears walk on two legs, and if I didn't know any better, and if it was a dark environment, like it was dusk, you know, like you barely can see, I would think it's Bigfoot.
Right.
Yeah.
You barely can see.
But I do think Bigfoot existed.
Yeah.
There's some insane number of Native American words for Bigfoot.
Oh, yeah.
Sasquatch is just one of them. There's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of Native American words for this one animal that's fake, but all the other words they have are for real animals. They don't have a bunch of dragons. They don't have like mythical creatures in Native American mythology, but they do have this one giant man thing that definitely existed.
At some point.
At 100%, Gigantopithecus was a real animal. It was 8 to 10 feet tall, bipedal hominid. It was a huge gorilla-looking primate that died off somewhere around 100,000 years ago, but they don't know really for sure.
100,000?
Yeah, but they don't know for sure. The thing about it is, it's like, if you only find fossils from 100,000 years, I saw a squirrel, and for like 2 or 3 seconds, I thought it was a wolf.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
a
real.
wolf?
That's real
So
between here.
I'm seeing something moving in between thick trees, and I see gray fur. I'm like, oh my God, is that a wolf?
Yeah.
Because there's wolves out there.
Right.
I'm in Canada. I'm like, oh, it's a fucking squirrel. What the fuck is wrong with me? What the fuck is wrong with me?
Shoot it.
Yeah. It's like people see what they want to see.
Yeah.
And the problem is,
Okay, here we go. I found it. This is the thing I was thinking of.
get something into someone's head, a mythological thing, whether it's a UFO or whether it's Bigfoot. I think the world is way more slippery than we like to think. And I think there's states of consciousness that people can achieve during high anxiety levels, definitely during the use of psychedelic drugs.
Yes.
Sometimes during weird states in their life, like near-death experiences, loss of a loved one, extreme emotion,
Yeah.
a lot going on, a lot of anxiety and fear, like you would have if you're in the woods.
Sure.
And then
You're on edge.
you see a light across the sky. And it might have been just a meteorite.
Right.
But you're in the wrong headspace to
Yeah.
see that meteorite. And you just freak. You just freak.
Yeah.
And maybe for a brief moment, you can see something that's been there all along.
You know how defeated I am right now. I just want you to tell
Bigfoot?
me.
Like I said, I'm not a hunter. Maybe the first couple 100 times I go hunting, I might be in that spooked environment. I might be high anxiety, waiting for the one sound that there's a buck I can fuck with a bullet, and yeah, maybe I'll have a huge pump of adrenaline, and maybe but people who go hunting multiple times for a long time throughout the entire lifetime, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't. They might have what's it called, deer fever or whatever. The high of the hunt, but I would imagine that they would be much better equipped than I would. My first couple 100 times at being in the woods and identifying things. So I really don't know the kind of this high anxiety state of consciousness that he's discussing here. I don't think most experienced hunters would be in that place. That on top of the fact that about only 10% of encounters are reported. So take a shot whenever he gets political. I'll take my shot of water because that's what I drink. I drink water. Okay, enough talk. Time for big feet and nail polish.
That one, yeah, with the one where the guy wrote in a story about the
burying
Bigfoot
stuff in the backyard.
Yeah, that one.
Oh.
And there's something about those that, like, even if you don't believe in Bigfoot, because I don't necessarily believe in Bigfoot, there's something about it that's so compelling. There's something.
I guess I would say here, immediately in response, I don't know if there is a Bigfoot, but I am open to the possibility that in the vast expanse of wilderness and national parks and unclaimed land and terrain that hasn't been fully explored, or where people rarely go, it is very possible, in my opinion, for things to exist there that we don't have enough information, or they're very good at living in their environment to the point where we have a hard time finding them or tracking them. It is feasible to me that there might be species of animals or other beings and entities that we can't quite. We still need time. The thing for me, I take it from the scientific approach. I watched this one video from Veritasium about the blue LED lights. Everybody gave up on it, except for this one guy. Everybody thought it was too expensive or not possible, but this one guy, he kept at it. He used the scientific method to to keep working with his hypothesis until he got it working. When we discover animal species, it takes a long time. We don't know everything right away. And so from my perspective, the scientific perspective would be it takes time. We might not be able to prove it yet. We might not have enough evidence. But in time, if it's real, we'll find it. That's my perspective. And so I am in the plane in between. It might exist. It might not exist. It might be real. It might be just a regular animal. It might be a spiritual, spooky alien demon, something or other. I'm not sure. I'm just collecting evidence and just making the best judgment calls I can with the evidence at hand. And I am always willing to change my. I guess I don't have a conclusion. I have a working theory. I'm always willing to change my working theory based off currently available evidence. Bigfoot is such a boomer obsession, Lamau. Are you calling me a boomer? How about I boom your mom? How about that? Grass Max. That reminds me, there's this one article I read a couple of months ago about this guy who was writing about big feats, and then toward the end he was like, but there's one thing that brings all of these Bigfoot enthusiasts together. They are mostly rednecks, Trump voters who love guns and beer. And so, therefore, Big Feets is just a pastime for Republicans and magatards. And that's kind of cringe. So, I did grab his book, so I do want to read it, give it a fair chance. But I thought that was so incredibly cringe to include that political take, that political conclusion, or a thing in there at all. Like, yes, it is. Sure, if the people who tend to see it tend to live in more rural areas, that doesn't surprise me, to be honest. It doesn't surprise me. Path of Exile 2 isn't even fully out. It's just like half the game, and he still disappeared? There's this one, I don't know if any listeners know who Devin Nash is, but he disappeared once Path of Exile 2 released. I'm missing my streams. What the heck? I gotta go commit a certain action at their servers, wherever their servers are headquartered, so I can get them back into doing more streams. I think, oh, perfect, I found it. I think I want to get this. I think I'll really like this color. It's a type of purple. Fuck. Focus. It's called Noob Berry, and it came out with the Halo nail polish. That's kind of like a oh my goodness, okay, whatever. Trust me, it's called Newberry. I like this one. So we'll do this purple-ish thingy-wingy. I will listen to Big Feats.
Think about things that you don't know out there in the woods that because you don't have an accurate, a real good account of everything that's in the forest.
Of course.
You know, you look out there, it's dark, and the mind is always looking for some weirdness. The mind is always...
So he just acknowledged that we don't have an accurate account of what's out there. Where was that before?
He's looking for.
Before, it was just the hunters are spooked and they're in this high anxiety state because they're out in the wilderness all by themselves. And now it's, well, we don't have an account of everything. What happened?
Something that other people don't know about, or perhaps there's like a secret that the sheriffs know about that they don't share with everybody else. Like, why does that resonate so much with people? With Stephen King movies, like, or Stephen King books, it's like that kind of a thing. There's something about it that's like exciting.
Right. I'm more of a Dean Koontz fan than Stephen King.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's great too.
Yeah.
You don't like Stephen King? Is that what you're trying to throw shade?
His politics ruined it for me.
That's the problem.
Oh
right?
no! It's not even 3 minutes. Where would he go? Oh no!
Problem is his Twitter feed. His Twitter feed's fucking brutal.
God.
It's like, dude, stop.
Right. That's nuts.
These are like the goofiest, low testosterone boomer takes I've ever heard on anything. Like, stop.
Says Joe Rogan.
It's very true.
But he's such a brilliant writer. I also think he's a different guy. Because the car accident, I think that was a big one. You know, when you get hit by a van.
Well, that'll do it.
Yeah, shit. He was really, really fucked up from that. And I also think it's getting off coke. Getting off coke and booze.
Yeah.
That was the real Stephen King. I mean, I hate to advocate alcoholism and cocaine use because I don't think either one of them is good for you. But
Guys, feet people are so cringe, don't you know? Imagine you have a beautiful woman who has so many lovely attributes, and what you choose to focus on is the feet. Cringe feet people. They should all be put into a camp and stepped on by a woman wearing military goth boots. How awful.
goddamn, they're good for writing books.
They're good for artistry, that's for sure.
There's something about his early stuff when he was off the rails. Like, he said he doesn't even remember writing Cujo. Doesn't even remember it.
It's my favorite book of his.
It's fucking great.
No.
It's a fucking great book. So is The Shining. You know, it's another one where he was like deep in the throes of addiction and just writing this fucking captivating book. It just, what he captured is there's this part of our mind that maybe we don't talk about too much, where we always wonder if everybody really knows what's going on, and maybe something could happen that people didn't expect, couldn't imagine is real, and yet you're confronted by it. You know, and that's like a lot of his stories. And you do a really good job of finding that. Also, you have a creepy voice. No disrespect.
No.
I mean, in a good way.
Mm-hmm.
Like the way you tell the stories. You know, like it's just something about it. Like, it's like you're doing radio, man. You're doing radio with illustrations, but you're doing it on YouTube.
Right. Well, that's actually why I chose the name Bob Gimlin, because I you know, Bob Gimlin's obviously the guy who was there when the Patterson footage was shot.
Right.
And it has, so my Google account or my YouTube account name way before I started the channel was Bob Gimlin.
Ah.
And my real name is Brian Gagne. And all I used YouTube for was Bigfoot content and like watching Bob Dylan rips. I'm a huge fan of Bob Dylan.
Oh, cool.
So I thought Bob Gimlin was a cool name, and it kind of evokes back to like just kind of Rod Serling a little bit, just like a slower pace, because so much of the content now is just like top 10 creepiest sightings.
Yeah.
It's like whatever. It's like I like to be a little more immersed.
Yes. You do it like radio. You do it like old school radio, like creepy radio.
Yeah.
Like when they used to tell stories on like, you know, people would sit, you know, before there was a television, people would sit around the radio and they would listen. Like that's where War of the Worlds, that famous thing with H.G. Wells where he had a bunch of people believing that we're actually being invaded by Martians.
And you flee your state.
Yeah. So when did you start this channel?
I think like 9 years ago. 2016 maybe.
And was it the beginning, was it Bigfoot?
Yeah.
Have you ever had an encounter, or
No.
is it just something that's been
No.
fascinating to you?
It's just always been interesting. But so I think my talent, and I'm not even saying I'm talented, but what I have going for me is I am so ready to believe that everything we know is BS. Like, people don't know anything. They just don't. I mean, people know stuff, but so much of what has been in history books is already wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so, like, have you ever seen a chimpanzee?
Yes.
Like, would it surprise you to learn that, like, oh, there's a smarter one, there's a faster one, there's a bigger one? Like, if a Bigfoot got hit by a bus tomorrow, like, I wouldn't be surprised.
You wouldn't be?
No, I will. I mean, yes.
I would be terribly surprised.
Really?
Yes. Yeah. I don't know if they're real, but I think they might be real. This is what I think. I have a very strange take on this, and I know it's going to sound super stupid to anybody who's like cynical, pragmatist, but just
Oh yeah, yeah. This only this take, Rogan. Only this take is gonna sound stupid. Yep.
bear with me for a moment. I think the boundaries between this dimension and other ones are permeable. And I have a feeling things can cross through them. And I have a feeling we are like, if an ant is, like, I have leafcutter ants in my yard, pretty wild. So cool to watch them. It sucks because they kill all your trees, but so cool to watch this long train of these incredible little beings carrying around these giant pieces of leaf that they cut off. And they're all going into their little house, but you wave your hand over them, they have no fucking idea you're there. Like,
imagine listening to somebody yap for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. I don't disagree with this. I try to keep my spiritual beliefs mostly to myself as I can, and then just live out physically according to those beliefs as best as I can. I do believe that there is a case that if you're not spiritual, it's going to sound weird, but if you are, or at least have some experience, it's going to make perfect sense. Because when I heard it, it made perfect sense that our bodies are a portal from the spiritual world to the physical world. And so what you believe, your consciousness, they technically don't like physically exist. In some sense, that's kind of like spiritual, and how you live it out, how you act out, how you act accordingly. If you act in accordance with your beliefs or against your beliefs, that's sort of that's that connection from the spiritual to the physical. That's how I would sort of phrase it in a way that's not too woo-woo for people. So I don't entirely disagree, but I don't know where it's going, so we'll see.
like whatever senses they have, it does not seem to detect threats from things above. They don't seem to be worried.
Right.
You know, they don't perceive us.
Well, they're mission oriented.
Yeah.
And we are too. So if something is happening that's beyond our mission, I think it's hard to perceive it.
I think there's things that exist that are not perceivable.
Oh, I'm 1,000,000% in that camp too.
And I think there's heightened states of consciousness that people achieve under duress, extreme stress, fear. I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of them happen at nighttime.
Okay, and there he goes. He brought it back. He brought it back.
I think nighttime, it automatically fills people with a certain sense of anxiety and fear because you don't know what's out there when you're, especially in the woods at nighttime. And I think in those times when your mind reaches this unusual chemical state, you occasionally can access these other realities. And I think that's where Bigfoot is real. I know it sounds goofy.
No, I mean, that's...
And I don't think you...
Uh-oh. Grass Max is gonna walk to the corner store, grab some tea for tomorrow morning. Uh-oh. Be careful, you might run into a spooky Bigfeets or demons or a ghost. Be sure to have your camera ready to record just in case. We are in a desperate need for sightings. Good luck. Try not to let the Bigfeets offer you any pineapple juice.
You can go find it. I started
or coconut water.
Drinking AG1 about 4 years ago, and
No, that's okay, Joe. We're good. We're good, buddy.
convenient. It's
Nah, it's okay. Nah, it's okay. Nah, it's okay. We're good.
Fleshing Bigfoot, it's on like season 80, and they haven't found shit.
Yeah, well... But see, even if it was real, I wouldn't expect them to find it either.
No, that show's just goofy.
Or even if it was flesh and blood. It's funny you would say what you said, because when I first started my channel, I was very flesh and blood type. I thought it was a very real thing, like just a bear or anything else in the woods.
Oh, anything else?
A lot of commenters said, though I appreciate Bob's take on that, he will get to the woo-woo side or the spiritual side. And I was like, I am not, and I'm like halfway there already. But I don't think that I don't think that the spiritualism can be separated from anything.
How so? What do you mean by that?
I mean,
I 100% agree with that take. Yes. I don't know if I would say, I haven't thought too much into it other than what I just said about our body is the connection from the spiritual to the physical world. I wonder if animals are also a connection from the spiritual world to the physical world. You know, they're like pure good elements, especially our pets. They're like pure elements of goodness and joy in the world. And or they can also, if they're just out there in the wild surviving, they're just aminals, and you know, they're doing what they do. When people say, people, I think that the criticisms of big feets not being only flesh and blood, I think the Sasquatch subreddit, or one of them, I think it's the Sasquatch one, not the Bigfoot one. Our Bigfoot, I think, allows for woo-woo talk. r/Sasquatch does not allow for woo-woo talk. I think that's a big mistake, because it's just as much as it's a mistake to say that big feet is either entirely physical or entirely spiritual. I think it makes perfect sense that big feet are both spiritual and physical, in the same way that we are both spiritual and physical. Whether or not you can see it, or understand it, or accept it, I think at least scientifically I can make the case that we are spiritual enough in that there are parts of us that are not physical. I think if you think about it enough, you might be able to agree with at least that there are parts of us that are not physical. Where I would struggle with that argument is, I guess I'm not sure how far we've gotten into consciousness and the brain and the mind. Are they connected? That's probably where I need to do more research before I can conclusively make a good argument. But I don't think I need to make a convincing argument. I think people who are spiritual enough I think they might know. They might get the gist. So that's my perspective on the spiritual, physical woo-ness about the big feats and or other potentially paranormal things. There's something also to be said about the decline of spirituality and religion as we're progressing through time. I'm not sure how that plays into it. It might in some way. It might not. More research is necessary.
I think we're.
By which I mean more research from me. For me, I gotta put in the work because nobody else will.
Spiritual beings, and I think that we're interacting with to the woo-woo side or the spiritual side. And I was like, I am not, and I'm like halfway there already. But I don't think that I don't think that the spiritualism can be separated from anything.
How so? What do you mean by that?
I mean, I think we're spiritual beings, and I think that we're interacting with, like, kind of like the Force from Star Wars. Like I believe reality is permeable to an extent. Yeah, I mean the things that we see with our eyes and feel with that we touch, there's more than that.
It's a fraction.
Right.
It's a fraction of what's going on. I think so too. I think I think that's probably the source of whatever psychic phenomenon that is real, that's not bullshit and just a bunch of hucksters robbing people. I think there's some sort of telepathic connection that people share occasionally. And I think it's an emerging aspect of human consciousness that will probably...
On that point, there are multiple times where people have mentioned that somebody close to them in their life has died, and if they're sleeping, they wake up, or if they're already awake, they get the feeling that whoever it is, like a mother or a brother or a sibling, they get the feeling like either this warm sense of like peace and like a farewell, or this awful, dreadful feeling inside them. I've heard that enough times that I think that there's definitely something there, but I haven't looked into it. I will have to do so as well.
One day be as normal as hearing. I think we're just emerging from the primal. And I think also in the primal they probably have it. They probably have it in a different way. Like, animals are tuned in a very bizarre way. They just know things sometimes. And you don't know why they know things. 'Cause you're not even saying. Like, my dog sometimes knows when we're going to go for a run.
Right.
He just knows it.
I've always been fascinated by how so many animals.
Yeah, his dog knows when he's gonna go for a run because he's reading your. What's that thing? There's that one video where the dog is warning a woman that something about her is low, that she needs some food, or she's gonna get like a something or other. I think they can send certain things about our hormones. But what the heck are you guys doing? But what I was gonna say is, yeah, Joe Rogan, your dog can sense you're about to go for a walk because he sees you putting on your running shoes and your shorts. You dummy.
Seem to innately know.
That's probably what he's referring to. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. I know it. I know it. I know it. I know it. I know it in my heart, and I know it in my soul.
That we can help them.
Yes.
And they shouldn't think that.
Right.
You know, historically, we are not the helper of animals.
Right.
And like, you know, be it dolphins or seals or whatever.
Or deer even.
Deer, yeah, they're just like, I'm hurt, help. And it's like, shouldn't they be afraid of the predator?
Deer have tried to contact people to get one of their friends free from barbed wire.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's something weird. There's something weird going on that is not just as simple as we're the dominant species, we have language, we figured out consciousness, we write books. No, I think there's another thing that we just don't, it's not there yet. You know, it's just like the original cavemen had some grunts, and those grunts became words, and now those words
Grunts? Halo? Pozole?
become huge libraries filled with books that people have written. And I think that's what's going on with human consciousness. And I think there's just got to be some reason why this Bigfoot thing has been going on for so goddamn long. I think it's an interdimensional existence. I think whatever that thing is, I think it comes back and forth. And that's why I don't find anything.
Yeah. I mean, that's, as I said, I'm getting there.
You're getting there.
Getting there.
Yeah.
I mean, because as I said earlier, like, to me, the flesh and blood ape hypothesis is not as impractical as everyone says.
Well, it used to be a real thing for sure. The problem is the size of it. You know, you can't really hide a 10-foot gorilla.
Why?
Why? Because too many trail cams, too many campers, hikers, hunters especially.
Well, it's not like people don't see it. People see it all the time.
Hunters don't see them. No, but my friends, I have a lot of friends that are like long-range backpack hunters. These guys will go 26, 27 miles into the forest with no access roads. They just hike out.
But do hunters not see them, or do hunters not say they saw it?
No, I don't know anybody who's seen them.
No.
They'll tell you all kinds of other wild shit, but they would tell you if they saw it. None of them believe that I know, but they are wary about animals. You know, there's real threats out there.
Okay, in his specific situation, would that make sense? Would somebody who is at least within Joe Rogan's sphere and knows him personally, who's a hunter, would they tell him? I feel like they would. I'm not sure why. Maybe there's just no big feets in California. That's what it must be. Or where's he? Texas now, I think. There's a bunch of big feets there. They just know. Okay, here I figured it out. The reason Joe Rogan's friends don't talk to him about big feets is because the big feets know that they're Joe Rogan's friends. So the big feets are afraid that if they see a Joe Rogan adjacent person, the Joe Rogan friend will run up to the big feets and start yapping about politics and vaccines and Fauci and the deep state and who knows what else.
There's grizzlies, there's wolves, there's mountains.
So that's why the big feets are avoiding Rogan and his entire circle.
Lions. Those are the things they're really worried about, and those are the things that they see. And I've had friends that have had encounters with them, and even those encounters seem in some sort of weird way spiritual. Like there's a weird connection with these predators and prey. I think opens up a part of us that we don't ever experience. You don't ever experience a thing that wants to eat you. And when you do, I think your biology is like, oh, you remember this?
Right.
And like a switch gets turned on, and these genes that we've had inside of our body for hundreds of thousands of years of us running away from predators, they get ignited. And there's this bizarre connection. Have you ever like looked in the eyes of a predator?
I sure have.
What have you seen?
Well, I worked at a zoo, Brookfield Zoo in Chicago for quite a few years, and so just this Christmas, we went there, and the lion was roaring, going nuts, and I have footage of this I can actually show you later, but it was very close, and it was roaring, and it looked like it was going to pounce, and I had no faith that that little barrier was enough. And I've literally worked at the place, and I know like there are fail safes and stuff that they can't get out, but I was just like, nope, this is nuts, because I love cats, big cats too, and like, do you have a cat?
I don't anymore, but I've had cats.
Okay, like just watching them and now imagining that they are bigger than you is
dude.
so horrifying.
I saw my first large mountain lion 2 years ago.
Oh yeah.
It was big, like about 170 plus pounds. And my friend Colton saw it under a tree. We were driving, luckily. We were inside the truck because it was only about 30 yards away. I would have shit my pants if I saw this thing without a barrier between us. It was so big. It was so big and so terrible. It looked like a demon. Like when you lock eyes with that thing, and again, I'm looking at it through a windshield and also binoculars. So I had 10 power binoculars, and I'm zoomed into its face. And I'm seeing it like just looking right at me with this pumpkin head, the big mandible muscles that go over the top of the skull. It's like, oh Christ! And again, I'm looking at it through a windshield and binoculars, so I'm removed slightly from the actual force of the experience of its eyeballs on me. But if I was standing there just looking at it, I probably would have had a psychedelic experience. I probably would have tripped out. I probably would have gone into shock. I saw a grizzly bear once in Alberta. I saw one of those, and not even a big one, about a 6-foot grizzly bear. But it looks at you. I've seen black bears before. That was the first grizzly I saw in the wild, and they look right through you.
Yeah, that's to me. I've only seen footage of grizzly bears, but every once in a while they have like this crackhead look, where it's like they're doing that thing where they're looking to see what you got. Yeah, they're just like, what can I take from this? And you can't do anything.
Grizzly bear with a crackhead, like, y'all got any more of them white women?
I'm gonna stop them unless you have a gun.
Yeah, we had guns. Luckily, we had shotguns. But when we were looking at it, it looked like it's gonna eat you. It looks like, am I gonna eat you? Like it looked like. Couldn't care less if you live or die.
Right.
Like just all it's doing all day long is searching for something slow, something with a limp, something that fucks up, something that leaves behind a kid, something that, a dog's chained up to a tree. Whoops, got one.
Right.
And that's all it's doing all day long, and it's just a big monster. And if it didn't exist, if a grizzly bear didn't exist, and there was reports of this enormous dog-like creature that eats everything and can kill a moose and lives in the woods, it would be way scarier than Bigfoot.
Yeah, for sure. Well, maybe not.
A Kodiak?
Yeah, but
Kodiak bear would be scarier than Bigfoot.
The worst things can happen than be eaten.
Oh, like the Come For Me Bigfoot books? You know about those books?
No.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, obviously I've heard of them.
There's a whole genre
of
erotica written about Bigfoot.
Yeah, that's not my thing.
Well, you're a man.
What's it? What? Men can't want big feet's erotica. Doesn't. But invent a creature. If it exists, there is porn of it. There is Bigfoot porn. I imagine. I haven't. Let's go ahead and look at this up real quick. Live investigation from R34.xxx. Let me hide my screen just in case I don't want to accidentally do something or other. Okay, I'm gonna prove the existence of big feet in like 5 seconds. Okay, we are at no, not this one. This one. Big foot. Big breast, no, big foot. Oh, 171 tags on Bigfoot. I see it. Yeah, Bigfoot exists. I have just proven it. Joe Rogan can go suck a dick. How about Sasquatch? Sasquatch 182. Yep, yeah, it definitely exists. So, I have just proven the existence of big feet. Okay, how about let's look up ghosts. Ghost girl, ghost. I don't see any ghosts here. Are they invisible? I see a Gardevoir with very big Pokeballs. Okay, I guess these are ghost girls. Yeah, okay, how about demons? Let's look up demons. Demon girl. Yeah, let's look up demon girl. Do demon girls exist? Oh, yeah, they most certainly do. How about, what else? How about Dogman? Dogman art? What the heck? There's an artist named Dogman art? Dogman character? Dogman. There's 26 for Dogman, but I think this is another character. Dogman does not exist. Guys, we just proved that Dogman is not real. The Michigan Dogman is all but a hoax. How about Mothman? Oh, yep, Mothman is real. Oh, there's a Mothwoman. Oh my goodness. Okay, how about Grafton Monster? I see Grafton, but there's no Grafton Monster. Grafton Monster is not real. How about Wendigos? Wendigo. 1,230 tags on Wendigo. Okay, yep, Wendigos are real. We're running out of spooky monsters. How about... I just thought of another one. Oh, Rake. Do rakes real? Rake, 47. Oh, no. This is a rake. As in, to rake some leaves. The rake is not real, guys. We are at the forefront of paranormal investigation, and I have just made some very conclusive findings. I need to show this to the world. Okay, let's get one more. What's one more spooky monster? Oh, aliens. I'm pretty sure I've seen my fair share of aliens. How many was that? How many tags? Oh, Supergirl is here. Okay, and so Starfire. Okay, that's good to know. Let's see, 114,000 on alien tag. So yeah, guys, we have just proven the existence of aliens, of Bigfoot, of Mothman, of Wendigos. Oh, hang on. Big important skinwalkers. I'm pretty sure skinwalkers are real. Wait. Oh, there are 79 tags for skinwalker. Okay, I guess you could technically draw any. It looks more like a Wendigo, so I suppose it's technically true. You can draw anything, and anything could be a skinwalker. So, okay, I will report on these findings at a later date. But trust me on this, ladies and gentlemen, that I have just proved. I've just made incredible discoveries and findings, and I can prove it. I have very, very many images, and some of the Big Feet's ones aren't even blurry, so that's interesting because, you know, there's that Mitch Hedberg joke that Bigfoot is blurry. In this case, the Big Feet's are not blurry, but I think if we were in Japan, then they would be blurry. So I need to find out. Maybe there's like a portal in Japan where the blurriness comes from, and maybe upon, like quantum physics, upon perceiving a big feet, there's a portal from Japan that transport blurriness between the big feet and your eyes, and maybe that's why. I think there's something to this theory. I'll have to investigate later. But needless to say, let's get back to Joe Rogan. I hope you have enjoyed the cutting technology that we have at our disposal to make such discoveries.
It seems to be ladies like they like their stuff in writing. That's what they like. They like reading their pornography.
Yeah, they also like monsters.
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
werewolves and vampires.
Vampires. They like vampires that fall in love with them.
Demon girls and monster girls. Yep, 100%.
Right.
Yeah. He's gonna eat everybody else, so not me.
Oh wait, is that what? Yes, women do like it in writing. Maybe that's why. What the heck? What happened? You saw big feet? Maybe that's why there's a bunch of women's in the DMs. That must be it. That explains. What? I guess it's a good thing that guys, my mission in life is now more clear to me than ever. The reason why I'm interested in writing, and the reason why I studied the classical, the classical texts, is so that I can become a writer to inspire women and fill them with joy and warmth. And this is my mission. It is assigned to me from God. Just like in the Blues Brothers.
Me. Well,
Yeah, obviously I've heard of them.
there's a whole genre
Yeah,
of
well,
erotica written about Bigfoot.
yeah, that's not my thing.
Well, you're a man. It seems to be ladies like they like their stuff in writing. That's what they like. They like reading their pornography.
Yeah.
Wait, maybe that's also why I like writing letters. Handwritten letters. And scanning them and sending them to people. What the heck? This explains so much. Look, this is what happens when you are open to the idea and the concept that we are a connection to the spiritual world. You can make these sorts of connections. I woke up this day not anticipating that I would come to these stunning revelations. But the day did begin with a spiritual... I guess I can't confirm it's spirit, but a potentially spiritual event with my light coming on, telling me to get up and start working. And now as the day is closing, we are furthermore making these connections from multiple different points of my life, from multiple different things of my particular autistic investigative detective work, and I'm coming to these conclusions, and it all makes sense. It fits like how all the shapes fit into the circle, into the round peg.
Yeah, they also like monsters.
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
werewolves and vampires.
Vampires. They like vampires that fall in love with them.
Right.
Yeah. He's gonna eat everybody else, so not me.
But you can change them.
Yeah. You can check.
Wait a second. No. That doesn't make sense. Okay, no, I guess it makes sense, because what I was about to say is, if women like monsters, then why aren't they going out in droves in search of big feets and dogmens? It's like literally a match made in heaven. But I suppose women tend to prefer the comfort of being at home and just reading it, as opposed to putting in all the work, all this investigative work that I am doing right now to make these profound discoveries that nobody else has made. And rather than putting in all this effort into research, they'd rather just read it at home. Imagine that. They say, this is why you can't trust women. They say that they like demons and dragons and big feets, but then they don't want to put in the effort to go find some. Wow.
Change them. That's also why some crazy ladies like serial killers.
Ooh, yeah.
Even serial killers that kill a bunch of women, they write to them.
Yeah.
Like Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, like tons of women.
Okay, I keep interrupting, but I think this one's... I think women who write to those serial killers like the fact that they are capable of being dangerous, which is cringe, because in theory, most civilized people are capable of being dangerous. They just also possess the ability to withhold and restrain their use of violence until necessary. I've never considered this, but maybe women who like these guys are dissatisfied because they don't, because every man they see is a beta male, Sonic, and they don't see them being dangerous and violent because they don't have to be, because we're literally so privileged to live in a mostly peaceful society. Look, see, we're making some major discoveries here today. What an amazing stream. This is why God told me to wake up today, because we would make all of these connections.
We're writing to him in jail.
Ted Bundy too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Strange.
I'm a big fan of true crime, so I'm not sexually aroused by it.
Well, congratulations.
Isn't that's a good thing? Yeah.
That is a very good thing.
Yeah.
But the thing about predators versus like Bigfoot or any of these things, like there seems to be the unknown animals, for whatever reason, are the ones that are most perplexing to us, the ones we're most fascinated by. Like an orca, I think, is more fascinating than Bigfoot. Like if Bigfoot was just Gigantopithecus.
Well, my instinct is to say that's such a cringe take. Of course, undiscovered animals are interesting to us because we are curious creatures, and our scientifically oriented mind, the half mathematical logical side, wants to know what it is and discover things. That makes perfect sense to me. That we want to. Although I suppose in 2024, when this was, people have stopped being curious. People have stopped researching things. So maybe that's just a thing. Maybe I'm just reading too much into it. I feel like, yeah, of course I'm into mysteries. I want to know what's up. I want to know what's up. Don't you?
It was just an enormous orangutan-looking creature that lived in the woods and was omnivorous and ate a bunch of stuff and tried to hide from people. It'd be kind of cool, but it wouldn't really be as cool as this insanely intelligent super dolphin that lives in the ocean and, has this strong family bond and,
Teach their different styles of dispatching prey.
Yeah, teach them how to knock over ice shelves to get a seal to slide off.
That seal footage is so tragic, where it's waving it down.
It sucks for the seal.
You're rooting for the seal, but...
You're rooting for him, but he's doomed.
I keep wondering, because you know how orcas are going after boats now?
Yeah.
None of them of the people that I'm aware of, have successfully gotten in the water. So I keep wondering what they would do to the people.
I don't think there's any record of them killing human beings other than human beings in, like SeaWorld and stuff like that. But that's just...
Would there be a record?
It's a good question. There would if there were survivors, and there's a lot of record of shark attacks, obviously.
Well, those are... Don't listen. I don't give any mind to those, the records of shark attacks. Do you know how... Well, it is so hard to report a shark attack. So, like, if I go swimming, right, and I leave my stuff on the beach, and someone calls the police, I didn't come home or whatever,
right,
and they find me mangled on the beach the next day, I had a cardiac event, and then was scavenged by sharks.
You think so?
I'm positive. That's how the ISAF, International Shark Attack File, it's very difficult for a shark attack victim to be reported.
That's interesting. Do you think they do that so that they discourage people becoming vigilantes and going out and killing sharks?
They're trying to make it seem like...
Vigilantes against sharks? What is this, Jaws?
I think it's legit, like a Jaws.
Oh, hey, AJ Merc, when did you get in here? It's funny that you use that emote, because I think I was inspired by that one. I like that one. And I made this one. Book. Same energy. How are you? How's your night? Hopefully you're doing well. And hopefully you've been having a decent enough year before it starts getting scary.
thing. They don't want to make it seem dangerous.
Right.
But
they don't want to make it seem like it's a bad place for tourists.
Right. I would not go into the ocean where there are sharks, and I know that sounds nuts, but I wouldn't. It's not worth it.
My buddy Duncan was in Hawaii, either just after, I can't remember, or just before a guy got killed by a shark at the same resort that he was at.
Yeah.
Some guy was swimming and a tiger shark just took him out.
No, I'm actually working on a shark attack video now. There's a lot of untruths people talk about with sharks, I think, or maybe misunderstandings.
They just caught a bull shark in Texas in a river.
Yeah.
Real recently. And those are the scary ones.
They are.
But those fuckers are super aggressive, and they go into fresh water all the way up to Illinois. They found them in Illinois.
Alton, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're deep in this. So, so you think it's a Jaws thing? So they're just trying to not. What do you think ever happened with that Egyptian one? The Egyptian one's the craziest one. You ever see that footage with the guy's like screaming for his father?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's brutal. Well, again, did you know that the shark that did that like paraded the head around?
What the heck?
Yeah, like so that.
Never knew that. They might play it here in a second. I fucked up. Look. Hang on. Let me get a flashlight here. The thumb. I fucked up. Look. I massacred my boy. I think I could maybe salvage it. You want to focus, buddy? Maybe it's just too bright. I think I can salvage it if I play it right, but... Oh, we're so close. We're so close. Oh, look at that. It was almost perfect. I guess except for the bottom left corner there. I couldn't reach it. Unlucky. I think it's salvageable though.
That's one of the things that I said is misinformation. Or I hate that I'm using that word.
yeah, that word's been tainted.
Yeah, the word's been tainted. But
oh no, Joe Rogan says the word misinformation has been tainted. Oh no, I wonder why. I wonder if it's because people have said it against him. Oh no, he doesn't like the word. He doesn't like the word that people say about him. Oh no. Oh no.
So they say it's like mistaken identity, or sharks attack because they're pissed.
That's why they attack? They're not just hungry?
Correct. That would...
Oh, so the idea that a shark's only attack you if you're fucking with them first? Is that what... I don't know enough about sharks to know if that's true. I only know about one shark, who's a little spooked, and has not been spotted in these waters for quite a while, and I guess if you fuck with the shark, yeah, it might do something you don't expect.
I mean, I can't be certain, but that would be my opinion. Because do you remember, like, when we were, or I remember when I was a kid, I saw all these shark documentaries that they would show, like, the surfer and then a sea turtle or a seal side by side. It's like from the bottom, they don't look the same at all.
No.
And sharks are one big sensory organ. They know, and like, you know, where they hang out at the bottom. They can, and then they're silhouetted by light from the top. They can see perfectly. They're in the water all their lives. They're one big sensory organ. They know what they're attacking. And I think they want people out of their water, because that wasn't even a consumption.
Okay, I think it's not perfect, but I think this is good enough. I think it's kind of convenient. I didn't do it on purpose. I guess it's just one of my favorite colors. That the color of this nail polish is similar to the colors that I use for my little imp, my little logos, and my texts when I'm making memes. So it's pretty cool.
With that guy, with the guy who was yelling "Papa,"
yeah,
whatever his name was.
While "Stand By Me" was playing in the background,
and that woman, oh my god,
it seems like a movie.
Yeah, it does, and then yeah, because you know the part where it turns him underwater and his legs go up.
Yeah,
it took off his jaw. Because after that, he's gargling.
Oh.
Yeah, and
Popov's body was reportedly examined by forensic experts at a morgue in Hurghada. who claimed he was disfigured and with many parts missing. The shark said to have torn his head off, disfigured his face, and separated body parts that were retrieved from the sea. It's also reported the beast ripped apart his chest and ate parts of his abdomen and hands.
See, that's not an attempt to predate, in my opinion.
Interesting. So you think that people get in the way of fish and seals, and that's probably what the sharks actually
Sure.
want to eat? And
Yeah.
they, like, these assholes are flopping around and farting in the water and...
Yeah.
Oh.
And peeing in the water. Maybe that's why the sharks attack. We should implement a global law. No peeing in the water, otherwise you will summon sharks and they will eat you. That's I guess also no defecating, no bodily functions in the water.
And or she just had pups nearby. There's anything like that.
There was also the story that I read about that particular attack where they were saying that some ranchers had dumped sheep carcasses. Did you hear about that?
Yeah. I still don't think that sharks know what they're biting. See, because if a shark bites something hard, it really damages them. They know what they bite before they bite it. And I agree that sharks don't see us as food. That sometimes they do if they're desperate. But I think we're far from ideal. Because if they did eat us, they would eat us all the time.
Right.
All the time.
Yeah.
So I think, because like, you know how great whites in California don't eat people?
Right.
They only attack people. Because we're literally in the surf where seals like to be. And,
So we're in the way.
right, and they know that seals probably don't like to play around where surfers are. So they're like, oh, these things are here and I'm hungry if these things are gone. And they know that if they come up and mangle someone, the rest of people are going to be gone.
Right. It'll clear the area for a while.
Right.
Is this your own personal theory?
Oh, no. There's an amazing channel called Sharks Happen. And it's so funny, too, because the guy, he's not a marine biologist or anything. His name is just Hal. He's a machinist in Michigan. And it's so funny because I fundamentally think he knows more about sharks than anyone that I've listened to. And I think it's funny how some guy in Michigan is the expert.
That is.
It's the power of hyper specific focus. That guy's gonna be me in a couple years about spooky ghosts and the demons and stuff. I'm not trained. I'm not educated in this field. But my strange devotion toward it has led me toward becoming the foremost expert. I can see the future, guys. That's what's in store for us.
It's funny.
No.
Yeah. Like, how you getting your information, bro?
He's good at, he goes back on newspapers, and because, to him, all the marine biologists are just so full of it. And there is some of that. There really is. Because they will skew something so far to not blame the sharks.
Well, he's saying to not blame the sharks, but I think such is the case in other fields as well, such as the one that we are currently, or we should have been investigating based off who's the guest appearance here, the Big Feets. If I were a scientist and I were not corrupted by money and I were a true, noble, well-intentioned, good faith scientist, I guess particularly in like aminals, biology, and ecosystems, I would be very curious. Oh, let me go investigate all of these claims of people who claim they are seeing a big creature that doesn't quite perfectly match with something we have in our libraries, and this creature might need some help, or we might be able to protect them and their environment. We don't want to kill them, ideally, and we'd like to live in harmony with the things on this planet and not be too hurtful to their ecosystem if possible. That would be my take if I were a scientist. So the fact that there aren't very many scientists who have that perspective is a little definitely strange. I definitely think, as they mentioned earlier, shows like Finding Big Feets, where it's just it's not real investigations and they're just doing reality TV for the money, that's definitely damaging. Yeah, I would if I were a scientist. I would definitely want to keep a 5 bajillion-foot pole from that. And what else? And also like the woo-woo stuff. I guess I can foresee most scientists being put off by the potential of that. But are you a real scientist if you're not willing to investigate and do research? But I guess that's a big criticism I have of basically anyone who isn't willing to put in the work. Especially those who have the titles and credentials and authority behind themselves. Mayhaps they prefer the ability that they have to make money and make a living and have a house and feed their family, more so than potentially ruining their image. Maybe they're optics pilled, and I don't particularly like optics pilled people who are so focused on optics. Like, you're living for everybody else, for what everybody else thinks about you. Just do your fucking thing. Just do what you believe in. If anything, anybody should be able to agree with that and do your thing, you know? Optics game is cringe. You're just that's a slight deviation, slight separation from external validation, which you should not rely on at all. You should try not to do it. You should get it from the people who matter, the people close to you. That's where you should get it from, not from randos and or fields of science in which if you're a scientist, you want to be proven wrong. You want your theories to be tested. Maybe that's, I guess, if I had to make an overarching statement, maybe that's the issue of our times. We're not willing to have our beliefs, our ideas, our name, our authenticity, our virtues tested. And because we're not willing to have any of those things tested, when they are tested, we don't know how to react. And so that explains maybe the grifting and the people saying one thing and doing something else. People saying that they have XYZ virtue, but they do ABC. Maybe that's like the overarching zeitgeist of the times. So I guess as a result of me seeing that and growing up seeing that a lot, I kind of feel like it's partly my duty, because I perceive myself to have the strength of character to follow through. I believe maybe that's why I gotta do this. I gotta do this investigation. I gotta prove it can be done.
Really?
Yeah, like this kid, probably like 20 years ago now, had his leg ripped off by a bull shark, which is terrifying to think, because it like clamped onto his calf and then it in shallow water and his leg came off, not where it was bit.
Oh.
So it like ripped it off.
Oh.
And I can't recall his name, but that was not in the shark stats as that was in the shark stats as provoked, because the kid was fishing earlier.
Oh.
So it's like that's a provoked attack. It's like,
so fishing is a provoked attack?
being like a 7-year-old in knee-deep water after someone was fishing is a provoked attack, and
That's crazy.
And that's not in the stats the same way. So like that's not in a shark attack thing.
Oh, interesting. So there's shark attacks where there's no possible evidence of provocation.
They're just talking about sharks and like, I'm looking through the transcript. 3 minutes. They're still talking about tuna. Where's the zebra? Where's the big feet and the ghost? That's what I came here for. This is incredibly disappointing. I'm sure I can still get something out of this from listening to all of these other discussions and how they might relate to our perspective and perception and our emotions and emotional responses to creatures and to wildlife and such. But that's not what I was hoping for. Pythons. Oh my god. Preposterous number of snakes. Like, yeah, this is interesting. I would be interested to listen to it, but that's not what I wanted. Tyrannosaurus Rex? Okay, let me control F. Ghost. Or spirits. They gotta have something, right? long is this? 2 hours 40. Ghost. Oh, they do talk about it. It takes 1 hour to get to ghosts. Wow. Okay, well, that's aliens? Oh, okay, here we go. Here, oh, hold on. I was about to close the video, but hold on. I may have came too fast to the conclusion to close the video. Okay, aliens first spotted at an hour 27. Can I get visual here? Okay, an hour 27. There's only one mention of alien in the transcript. Okay, how about ghost? Multiple mentions of ghost at 1 hour. It takes 1 hour. Okay, here we go. 1 hour. Talk about ghosts.
They were some sort of aliens that were.
Yeah, let's go back. Let's go back a couple minutes.
Regain consciousness, but
See what led up to this. Oh, wait, you're talking about Sasquatch here. What the heck? Okay, let's go back. Bigfoot. Huh, I think it's here. It's silly for a Bigfoot person to say. Let's go back another couple minutes from that. Primates. Okay, introduce intelligent life. Aliens. Hairy creature. Telepathy. Oh. Okay, Terrence McKenna. Let's start here. This is 58 minutes. And then the alien stuff for like the next 10 or so minutes. I think this is what we came here for.
It's Terrence McKenna's. He had this theory. It's called the stoned ape theory, and it's about psilocybin, and that these chimpanzees and
Oh my god, he always bring this up. Why is he obsessed with Terrence McKenna's high-ass monkeys?
lower primates started experimenting with psilocybin, and then over the course of a couple of million years, they developed language, they developed this ability to hunt better, fashion tools, more creativity, glossolalia, attaching sounds to objects, and that makes sense. Some sort of telepathy, increased visual acuity that does come from low-dose psilocybin use. That seems to me like that makes a lot of sense because it coincides with climate change. When McKenna did this whole theory about it, one of the things he talked about is that the exact time that the rainforests recede into grasslands because of this change in the climate is the time where these animals emerge, start walking on two legs, and then start eating mushrooms, he thinks, and then 2 million years later become people.
Okay.
Yeah. That's an interesting one. But the most interesting one is they came here, they saw us, we were like Australopithecus, we were some hairy creature that was kind of primate, like maybe we even started using tools, and they said, let's fuck with that DNA. Let's make a labradoodle. You know?
I don't think people think big enough in regards to that kind of thing. Because, like, if we had the technology to do what alleged aliens do, we would be doing all sorts of crazy stuff all the time.
100%.
And I don't know.
If we could introduce intelligent life into a planet, if there was life on a planet and we could introduce...
Yeah, it sucks we don't have the ability to introduce intelligent life into any planet, including this one. Such a shame.
Introduce our DNA into these lower primates and make...
Joe Rogan. Quote, if we could introduce our DNA into these primates. Huh.
Make them more like us. You don't think we would do it?
Yes.
To a planet, if there was life on a planet and we could introduce our DNA into these lower primates and make them more like us, you don't think we would do it? 100%, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he said Australopithecus, he did.
Yeah, I mean, we monkey with all kinds of things all the time.
We monkey with all kinds of... What the heck? Why is he saying dad jokes now?
We're always messing around with creatures' DNA. I mean, there's a story that we talked about recently during World War I in Russia, where Russia was experimenting with hybridizing human beings and chimpanzees for soldiers.
Orangutans, too.
Yes.
Didn't they... They switched brains with an orangutan and a human. And I guess the human with the orangutan brain never regained consciousness, but evidently the human brain in the orangutan did regain consciousness.
Really?
Yeah.
How did they do that?
I don't know, but there's I only know this from a Monster Quest.
Is that real? Monster Quest might be a little full of shit. Although Monster Quest,
Oh, you think so? You think Monster Quest, reality TV monster shows where they're just running around doing very unscientific things but pretending to make it look scientific? You think that's cringe? Okay, I was gonna take some notes about something. I forgot what. Okay, before we continue, I think I want to go pee as well. Give me a second. I need to organize my big feats investigation, my spooky investigations here. Let's just do spooky notes. Then I figure out how I want to structure this folder on my Obsidian so it's legible and searchable. Okay, I want to look into Bob Gimlin demon recording. Let's consider solar flares. I did type into Perplexity the dates and times and locations where solar flares may have occurred. So I consider that. Oh, somebody, I was going to mention it in the comments, but I completely forgot because we were talking about so many other things. Somebody mentioned that a guy had an assignment to do for like college or something. He was so anxiety ridden about it. Guess I'll just go read it. It's probably better. Here we go.
Wrong.
Oh my god. What an awful time to to timestamp into. Okay, here we go. This is a comment on that spooky demon video. It says, I had a friend very stressed about an assignment. He woke up to find it and had several Word documents that were semi-tangible attempts at sections of the assignment on the desktop. He was freaked out naturally, but his partner said she saw him working at the early hours of the morning. As it turned out, he was so anxious about the assignment, he has basically sleepwalked on it. Perhaps it is a similar thing occurred. You had been so anxious about losing the recordings, your subconscious has dragged you out of bed in the middle of the night and make a backup. Might explain the difference in script and the struggling to pronounce words. Just a thought. Which could be a possibility, but I have no real idea about sleepwalk or anything. That's a definite thing that could happen, but I would have to look into the statistics about something like that happening. So yeah, it could have been him while he was sleeping. Oh, hold on. Ooh. It could be. There was, I think, a Reddit thread years ago where this guy, or maybe it was, I don't remember if it was a man or a woman, they said that they thought somebody was breaking into their house because they kept seeing notes, handwritten post-it notes all over the place that they didn't write themselves. And so they were scared. They were unsure who it was or when it happened or how they had access to it. Then it turns out that I think apparently there was some kind of a gas leak, maybe a carbon monoxide leak of some kind that had been slowly seeping into their residence, and they just lost the memory of doing that. And so it turns out it was themselves writing notes to themselves, but from their perspective, because of whatever gaseous thing was affecting their whatever was affecting them, however it was affecting them, may have done something like that. But he never mentioned anything about like post-it notes or not remembering doing things, so this would be a one-off. So in my notes I will say for now, consider sleepwalking. Imagine sleepwalking. Then beneath that we'll do also consider gaseous leak. Okay, the other thing, corrupted cache is whatever. Corrupted cache of the audio file as well. And I guess we'll also look into. I'm also curious now that I listened to that video. I'll watch his bear video and also conduct my own research into that spooky bear. And then I guess beneath that we'll also put consider similarities to Zozo Demon with Zach Baggins. I'll call him Baggins, not Bagans, because I am a memer. Okay. What else did we want to take notes on that I need to do? I don't really know if I want to do anything about his ghost pictures. Oh, I guess I have it somewhere else here. His first video that I watched was that one on stream before about the Freeman footage, the Big Feet Freeman footage, where I could not, for the life of me, figure out how, if it's a hoax, how it's a person, how they're so dark compared to the rest of the environment, the rest of the frame. But I think I have that note somewhere. Aliens, demons, spirituality. What else did we talk about? I guess what I can do as well, considering Joe Rogan's take regarding Joe Rogan's take, interviews with hunters. I guess I should focus on, I try to make a collection of interviews of Big Feet's sightings from hunters, and then additionally, there's on Big Feet's, and then hunters' perspectives on hunting. How calm they are, how long they've been hunting. Because I imagine my gut instinct is what I mentioned before, where like initially you might be super duper spooked. Yeah, maybe you might see something that you're not sure what it is because of your adrenaline. But I think after a while, most hunters who enjoy hunting and have been doing it for a long time, they will be able to tell. If I had to put an emotion to it, I would say, if I were a hunter and I were hunting for a long time, I would feel insulted by Joe Rogan's statement that I'm scared and have high emotion, high anxiety. I'm in a frame of consciousness where I see something and I think it's a big feet. If I actually did see a big feet, I think that would be very, 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 very insulting. So that's where I'm coming from regarding that theory there. Okay, that's all I can think of for now. So I'm gonna go ahead and take a break, play some music, play 3 minutes of ads, and I guess we'll keep going until this episode devolves back into politics or sharks, so or Bigfoot erotica. So I'm not sure how much longer we'll go, but hopefully it's a decent amount of time. So we shall be back in about 3 minutes or so. Try not to get haunted by spooky monkeys. time to make some tea. So I took a little longer than I was hoping. Okay, I think as we're listening, I do have a couple of art thingies that I can work on. I guess I'll keep this here. Although what I typically like to do while making art is listening to stories and stuff, I do think it does take away a bit of my time and focus from making the art. So likely what I'll do when I need to get things done, like when I have some animations I want to work on, I'll just plop on the music instead. And then just chill with chat. For this one, for right now, it's just a couple of simple things I can listen to the rest of this episode until we go back to sharks and Bigfoot porn. Okay, let's go back a couple seconds.
Didn't they? They switched brains with an orangutan and a human, and I guess the human.
Oh, is this where he says, where Rogan says he wants to put his DNA inside of a monkey? Is that where we left off?
With the orangutan brain never regained consciousness, but evidently the human brain in the orangutan did regain consciousness.
Really?
Yeah.
How did they do that?
I don't know, but there's I only know this from a Monster Quest.
Is that real? Monster Quest might be a little full of shit.
Yeah, that definitely doesn't sound... Rather, let's say, if such a thing were real, I would imagine there would be quite a bit of documentation on it, even if it was unethical and illegal experiments. I don't know what happened before, but that sounds to me like, oh well, we know that this thing happened. Let's report on it with very specific details so we can avoid such unethical practices in the future. Sounds like pretty sussy to me.
Although Monster Quest did bust one of the dumbest things that I used to believe. The dumbest. Flying rods.
Just the moths.
Yeah. It's just a visual artifact of...
I do remember seeing those videos on YouTube years and years ago when I was like a teenager or something. The rods, like, what the heck is these spooky rods that we can't perceive with our eyes? It's just a fucking camera frame rate isn't fast enough to capture particles in the air very well.
Cameras,
Yeah.
where the video cameras, well, they catch these things moving fast, close up, and it leaves a trail. And so there was this famous group of people that thought that there was these things that were flying around faster than we can see, and that they were some sort of aliens that were amongst us.
That's orbs and ghost hunt.
Wow, he very specifically chose not to say among us. No balls, no hair either.
Thing to me.
Ghost is an interesting one. What do you think about ghosts?
I would be very well, I don't know. It's a tough one.
You know what I think?
What do you think?
you hear them from every culture.
Mm-hmm.
That's what gives me pause. This is not like something that's only with like Europeans and Christians and people that have a specific religious ideology. This seems to be in almost every culture. There's this concept of dead people that return
Right.
in some sort of a mysterious form.
I mean, it would be silly for a Bigfoot person to say this, but that
It's possible. I think maybe he's referring to primarily popular media about ghosts, where it's a dead person returning from the dead. However, I think what makes more sense, the way I understand it, is more than likely a person was going through a very emotional, or spiritually or energetically charged moment in their life, and somehow, some way, it's possible that that imprinted itself into a specific area, which may explain things like ghost sightings of soldiers at Gettysburg and stuff like that. It's more. I guess the way to explain it in words for non-spiritual people would be like it's like a GIF replaying on loop over and over again at this specific spot from time to time. That's probably what it would most be like. Because it is possible, I think, from in my perspective, that there are actual ghosts who could move around and be like a conscious entity, but that would probably be way more rare, probably as rare as actual demons or actual angels. And the likelihood of that is much lower, I think, than those replaying loop GIFs where either an event happened that truly shaped or empowered or devastated somebody's life. That's probably how I would phrase most ghost sightings, like that.
that could be part of the human condition. You know,
Certainly.
just no one wants to think that this is the end, and I don't think this is the end, but I do think ghosts are. I mean, why wouldn't a ghost be like, hello?
Because I think it's a memory.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think
Well, I guess that's kind of in line. I wouldn't call it a memory as much as I think probably a stain is better. It's like staining clothing. It's probably like it stains whatever spiritual element, whatever spiritual dimension is overlaid with that physical location. Probably something more like that. It's kind of like, I have it. I have the perfect. It's kind of like in Minecraft when you go to the Nether, the Minecraft world's nether regions, and then you can fast travel much faster over short distances. It's kind of like that. Like the nether region is in some ways superimposed to a similar enough location in the physical world, in our world, where we have, where our human perceptions can interact with and measure things. And so at times, and particularly with certain people who are more inclined to it, either by training or just by natural ability, they might be more inclined to perceive, or I guess, I'm not sure how I would say, whether the people who can see these things are more likely to perceive it, or if the spirit is more willing to reveal themselves to those people. I'm not sure exactly how I would phrase that yet. More research required.
when extreme things happen, you know, when we're talking about the levels of reality being somewhat permeable under extreme situations, what is more extreme than like a murder or a massacre? And those are the places where people tend to see ghosts. These horrific, I think the earth has a memory. And I think occasionally, under the right circumstances, with the right amount of anxiety, the right amount of distractions, and the heightened sense that you get from being in the dark and being afraid,
Right.
you can access these memories.
There he goes again, being only if you're in a specific state of consciousness can you access these spooky things. Yeah, there might be something to that, but he's brought it up twice now regarding big feats and a ghost. I don't know that I would agree with that. But maybe I'm reading too much into it. Maybe he's either, maybe I'm not hearing it properly. Maybe this lost in translation, where what he's saying is that sometimes, but what I'm hearing is most of the time when you see things, it's because of that. So I don't know. Maybe there's a language thing.
That's what I believe.
Yeah, I see, but I mean, the opposite argument to that is pretty obvious. It's like just because your anxiety's up and because all those factors and because you know what's happened there, you're more jumpy.
Mm-hmm. For sure. And you see things that aren't there.
Right, but but if you see something that's not there, does it really mean it's not there?
It doesn't necessarily, right?
No, I've always thought that, because it's like, if I say I saw a ghost and I actually didn't see it, but in my brain I did, like, isn't that seeing a ghost?
Right. That's the argument that a lot of people have in terms of psychedelics. Like, psychedelics, you contact God and you have this extreme spiritual experience where you're in contact with this all-knowing entity. And people say, oh, that's a hallucination. Okay. But it's the same experience as if you actually did contact God.
Right.
Like, whatever that thing is that you encounter in the psychedelic realm, let's say that is a figment of your imagination. I'm willing to say that. But whatever that figment of your imagination creates, it creates the exact same experience as if you encountered some other extremely potent.
I can't find my affinity file for the thing I'm working on. Oh no. Okay, well, we'll keep listening while I look for it. And the screen is hidden, so you don't see my super duper secret files. Give me a second.
Life form that exists in some strange form that it's not tangible. It's not like it doesn't register with you as something that it's not a normal. It's not like a mug of water.
Uh-huh.
You know, it's a thing that doesn't exist in your reality, and it's communicating with you. It's exactly the same experience as if it's an imaginary thing or if it's a real thing.
Right.
The experience is the same. I think that's what happens with people with the ghost thing. There's too many stories. There's too many stories of ghosts from rational people. And one of the places that has...
From rational people. So it's the people who he considers irrational or spiritual or occult peoples. Their reports don't matter.
Has a crazy history of ghosts is the Comedy Store. I used to try to see ghosts at the Comedy Store. I would stay there late at night when everyone was gone. I would sit in the main room and just hope that a ghost would show up. No.
I would try to see. He's like Charlie. I want to be proven, but I'm also gonna make fun of it and not even actually. When there's something weird, I'm gonna explain it away by saying funny things instead of being realistic. I found my file, thankfully.
I never did, but maybe it was I was too needy. Maybe I was too try hard.
Yes, he was definitely too needy.
But there's something about like that club itself was Ciro's nightclub. So that club was owned by Bugsy Siegel in the gangster era of Los Angeles, and for sure people were murdered there. Like, for fucking sure.
Right.
I mean, those guys were killing people left and right. And if there's ever going to be a place where you're going to see the memory of some horrific experience that expresses itself in some sort of a spiritual form, some sort of a ghost-like wraith-type form, that's the place.
And you didn't see anything.
I didn't, but many people I know have. Many people I know have seen people walk through doors and then they go into it and it's in an empty room. Like, who's that fucking guy? And they'll see it like at the end of a dark hallway, and then they open the door to the room. The room's completely empty.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's been a bunch of stories. Bunch of stories at the Comedy Store from really like reputable people that I know that aren't drunks, normal folks, and they tell you and they look fucking terrified and no one wants to believe them. There's a guy named Carl LeBeau. Carl LeBeau was a great comic who used to tour around with Sam Kinison, and he got kicked out of his house, and I guess he was staying with his girlfriend, and he was trying to make it as a comic. And comics in the beginning, they make no money.
Of course.
A lot of them sleep in their cars. Like my friend Tony slept in his car. Like a lot of these, they have a dream.
It's a lot like YouTubing.
It is, except YouTubing has a more direct path to success. With the YouTube, all you have to do is you have this platform that is like the biggest video platform on earth. and it's available to everybody.
Right.
As much as people complain about YouTube, I think YouTube is fucking amazing.
I agree.
And I think the real problems with YouTube is advertiser revenue and managing at scale. And then
And not telling people what's getting their video and or their channel age restricted, but also wanting them to follow the rules, but not telling them what rules to follow and what rule is broken. And people who want to play by the rules, they're left in the dark and don't know what to do, and that's also a problem.
and woke ideological
I paused it at the correct the correct microsecond just before. Oh no, it's the woke mind virus strikes again. Why are we talking about the woke mind virus on the Big Feets episode with the Big Feets guest?
crackheads that are running the helm, which is real too.
Right.
People are banning people for specific.
So the woke mind virus people are real, but not the ghosts or the Big Feets, and are the hunters who are telling you that. Oh no.
Specific content that's completely legal, but outside of that, you have a path. If you get a video and it's like your video, you're here because I saw your crocodile video, and then bam, like I want to talk to that guy. Why are you doing that? You know?
I can't believe that's the video that you saw.
Oh yeah, man. That's how you get me, folks.
No.
Get me with a giant reptile video.
There was no 50-foot crocodile.
Okay, I gotta make a giant. What was it that he said earlier about? Oh yeah, he said he was needy when he wanted to see the ghosts. So I gotta make a video about a giant crocodile who tries to punish needy men who are looking for, who are quote desperate to look for paranormal sightings and find evidence, such as Charles White and or Joe Rogan. That's gonna be my target audience from now on. Just needy boys.
You don't think so?
No. Do you?
To some extent, that it already is my target audience.
Yeah.
Oh, real?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Head transplant has been successfully done on a monkey. Maverick neurosurgeon. Oh, this is a head transplant.
Okay, they got back off the aliens, and they're going back to monkeys. I don't care. Bodybuilders. Legs of a lobster. Mammoth Project. Yeah, those guys on Reddit. For once, they were right. This is a disappointing episode that isn't much to do about. Big Feets. Lions. Colosseum. We're talking about Rome now for some reason. Oh, spaceship. Hold on. Chimpanzee and then spaceship. What the heck happened here? Oh, Earth. Hang on. Okay.
Implant their genetic material and hyper advance.
Why is he talking about implanting genetic material? His genetic material into monkeys.
We're doing all kinds of bizarre experiments, and if they knew how to do it, instead of like we're kind of at the rudimentary stages of this kind of stuff, if they knew how to successfully implant their genetic material and hyper advance a lower primate and make it in a short period of time much smarter than any other primate on Earth, which is what we are.
Right.
We're so different than everything else that's remotely related to us. The idea that somehow or another we exist in this form and our ancient ancestors exist in the same form. Like the really ancient ancestors, we branched off of we're like a cousin of a chimpanzee.
Yeah.
And we share a lot of their traits.
Yeah, they never found our chimpanzee level ancestor.
Right.
Yeah.
Because it's on a fucking spaceship somewhere, bro.
Would that be surprising?
No.
Okay, that's why he mentioned that. That's why the transcript showed chimpanzee and spaceship right next to each other. That's why.
It would be, sure. Yeah, it'd be crazy.
I wouldn't be surprised by that at all.
I wouldn't be like, I can't believe this. I wouldn't say that.
Yeah.
I would say, wow. So that's what it was. So that's why we're so different. Well, I was having a conversation with a woman yesterday, Sarah Amari Walker, who is a scientist.
That's quite a feat, Joe Rogan. You're having a conversation with a woman.
A physicist, and she was talking about this thing called assembly theory. And what she was talking about, did I say her last name right? What she was talking about was like, what are the actual steps that are necessary in order for life to be created and evolve.
Gamer girl.
And if you think about human beings, we're the one animal on this planet that seems to have the same sort of impact as invasive species do.
Sure.
We swarm the whole planet. We're fucking up everything, and there's no answer to us.
See, but do you think humanity's something that needs an answer?
Well, there's no answer to us naturally, right? Like, there's nothing that keeps our population in check other than disease.
No, normal population control. Like, so while the left is talking about humanity, population going out of control, like our population's crashing.
Sure,
You
right.
know, what is it? Asia crashed, Europe and America are crashing now. India's next to crash, and Africa's the only one left to boom.
Right. In terms of like Japan, like the children that are alive today, how many of them will ever have grandchildren? It's
Sure.
a very small percentage. Yeah, that's true. Elon talks about that all the time.
Yeah, I mean, because like
No, they're talking about Adrian Dittman now. Oh no.
you can look
have
at
more kids.
You can look at the charts. Like it's very clear. You know.
Right, but don't you think so? This is nature's balancing act, right?
It has to happen.
I think that's gonna be my new meme. I'm just gonna call him Adrian. Mr. Dittman.
It's not a matter of like it's going to. It has that. Those are the rules.
I think nature probably balanced us out when we developed cities, right? Because what's the byproduct of cities? One of the byproducts of cities is it's expensive to live there. So a lot of times women get jobs. And women don't want to give up their career to have a family, so they hold it off until much later. And if they have a child at all, they have less kids than people who start having kids when they're 18 or 20.
Right.
And so this is sort of a function of having these extremely dense environments where people are stacked up with each other, and then competition inside that city-like structure is intense, and financial competition is intense, and women engage in it as well, and it lowers the population. That happens to almost all westernized societies, first world societies. They experience a drop in birth rate.
Right.
And it seems like that would be a natural feature of like high population areas.
Because it doesn't even matter what it is. Like for a deer, it's just the availability of grass.
Right.
You know. So I find it fascinating to think that human
Deers are just grass maxing, right? At grass mask, or grass max.
are not. We're very different from animals, but the rules still apply to us.
Right.
You know.
But we are animals for sure.
Yeah.
But we also are invasive. If a wild pig is invasive anywhere on Earth, right?
That's true.
Then we're invasive because we weren't there, and then they were there, and then we took over.
Yeah, that's true.
And we're so different than every other animal in how much different we look from each other. You know, what the wide variety of sizes we have of people.
Yeah.
You know, it's just, it seems to me like...
I've thought about that before, though. Like, what if 7 gorillas that look exactly the same to us are all, like, hyper... like, what if... Yeah, like, they might all look really differentiated to themselves.
I doubt it. They look like gorillas.
Yeah.
I mean, just, like, look at what we see.
But
we see a gorilla, but when you look at human beings, we're like dogs.
Yeah.
We vary like there's Carl over there, and then there's my dog Marshall. Marshall's a golden retriever. Marshall, if Carl was a girl, or if Marshall was a girl, they could have a baby. Those two, sort of. Like, can he breed with someone?
I mean, we can find out.
We can find out. He tries to fuck Marshall.
We can test it.
He tries.
Wait, what the heck? I forgot how to do this. How do I make the gradient direction? I think I just did it the other way. Maybe. Maybe. Wait, what? Why does gradient only let me pick one color? Am I in the wrong menu? Oh, okay, there we go. I was just being retarded.
Guys, if Marshall was a girl, he'd try to hump him. Marshall just gives up sometimes, and Carl's just biting on his face while he's lying on his back.
No.
He just gets tired of this little psychopath. But the point is, like, they're the same species. They're just a weird breed of that species. But they are the same thing. Like, you could take a wolf and you could breed it with a dog. You know, they all started off as wolves, and we manipulated them to the point where we have this incredible variety of shapes and sizes through manipulation.
Sure.
And that's what people look like. I mean, that manipulation could be environmental, like the reason why people that move to Northern Europe develop very pale skin because their body has to act as sort of like a solar reflector to create vitamin D, because you don't get it like the way you would get it in Africa where we originally started. So we're kind of like a manipulated animal in that regard, at least our appearance. And that would make sense if somebody fucked with us, especially if they made a bunch of different kinds.
Right.
You know, like.
Well, I definitely did not foresee this episode including so many references to aliens manipulating monkey DNA or in some way or another humans and putting their DNA into monkeys to make some weird spooky hybrid. That was not that was not what I was expecting from this episode. But it is Joe Rogan, so now I know.
Initially, like the thought is the fun stuff is the Anunnaki, right? That's the fun one.
Sure.
But the Anunnaki came here.
No, he's on the Anunnaki. He's gonna do the lizard people next. He is totally gonna bring up Zuckerberg, isn't he?
Here, and they manipulated with humans. Then you look at the Sumerian tablets and you see the images of the giant Anunnaki guy who has the monkey person sitting on his lap with the tail. Have you ever seen that one?
Mm-mm.
You never saw that?
No.
Dude, it's like a 5,000-year-old tablet of this guy who is this enormous person with this beautiful like garb on, and he's got this person sitting on his lap, this small person with a tail.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, dude, have you studied any of the ancient Sumerian tablets at all?
Honestly, that stuff, I'm like saving that for a rainy day.
Get into it.
Yeah.
Get into it, because the whole Zechariah Sitchin version of this.
Part of me wants him to get into it so he can actually do research, unlike Joe Rogan. Part of me is scared, but it's good if he starts making flat Earth-like evidence and flat Earth-like research with dubious authenticity. Then I guess we'll know. I'll know then that his channel isn't, and his work isn't as reliable as I initially suspected. So I hope it's the former. If that does happen, but we'll see.
Sumerian text is really, really interesting stuff.
Is that like? No, that wouldn't be where the Nephilim come in.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. That's their version of the Nephilim is the Anunnaki. The Nephilim is those from heaven to earth came. Nephilim were supposed to be giants, right? Right. This is the Anunnaki. They're much larger than human beings.
Okay, he's definitely gonna look into it now. Rip-a-dee-pee.
And they did something according to the Sumerian text as translated by Zechariah Sitchin.
Okay.
And this is why the symbol for medicine was always that
serpent.
caduceus. Yeah, the two serpents, right? That looks like a double helix DNA.
Oh.
I mean, it's exactly what it looks like.
Yeah.
And that's the connection that he makes with all this stuff. And a lot of people disagree with him. I should just point out, if you're interested in this stuff, there's a whole website called sitchiniswrong.com. And
oh no, guys, there's this website called UFOsimpregnated.monkeys.com. I'm Joe Rogan. This is the website they should go check out and go read their articles.
I've read that too, and it's interesting. And I appreciate when people have varying opinions, right? But there's something.
Oh hey, no Helix, when did you get in here? What are you sipping on? I just got a tea. It's a throat tea because I'm talking and my throat gets a little. My throat gets used when I talk, and so I require some throat tea to re-lubricate my throat. Well, you just happened to join in at the point where Joe Rogan is talking about putting DNA inside monkeys and going to his website, humandnainsidemonkeys.com. So, perfect time for you to join.
Thing about Sitchin's stuff that is very compelling to me, and one of the big reasons is there's a lot of mysteries about the understanding that the Sumerians had that sort of defies conventional logic. Like, they had a detailed map of the solar system in 6,000 years ago in these clay tablets. So they have the sun in the center, and then they have all of our planets in the proper order, in the proper, not the exact size, but this one's bigger than that one's bigger than this one, and it's depicted on a clay tablet. And you look at it and you're like, okay, what the fuck is that?
But would you really need well,
yeah, you would.
Oh, you would?
Yeah.
Okay.
You need a telescope. There's no other way. Like, there's no way with the human eye you're going to see Uranus. You don't see it. There's no way you see Pluto.
Yes, you can. Trust me, I have lots of experience on this. You definitely can, with a naked eye, see Uranus.
You don't see them.
I mean, okay.
You're not going to see it. They saw it. They had, like, find the monkey one first.
Jamie, pull up the Sumerians looking up Uranus.
Did you find it?
I'm not exactly sure what I was looking for that one.
Sumerian tablet Anunnaki with monkey person on his lap.
He sounds like me when I'm typing in search terms as we're trying to look for Tempe police, illegal violent stop, stupid no sirens or lights.
I wasn't getting what I thought you wanted, so.
Well, I know you can find the solar system one, so find that one quick, just so I could show it to him. So this is a giant mystery, like, as to what this meant and how they knew this. So this is like in between two photos of these Anunnaki, or two images of these Anunnakis. So it has the sun, and it has all of our planets, and it has all of our planets. Not in the correct size, obviously, because Jupiter is so much larger than Earth, and
Right.
But in this one's bigger than that one's bigger than this one. It's like a visual representation, as much as you can in a small area like that. But some of their tablets were just absolutely fascinating.
Not that.
No, but how cool is that, though?
I know.
So these people were writing about the story of humanity, and they're writing it down on these clay tablets, and it seems to be some.
Well, imagine if we played Ukimon Suem, says Flick on YouTube. Oh, hi Flick, when did you get in here? How are you? I believe it just turned today on my side. What are you up to? I did see your DMs. Do you want to discuss it here, or keep it a secret, private until you've released the current project that we discussed? Imagine if we used our hands to play Calsusms. Imagine if you used your hands, but I use my feet. See, like we each have our own little challenge. I don't know what I did with the fun and games. The fun and games icon here for this. It should be here in my list. Oh wait, no, that's mistakes were made. I don't think our audience have much overlaps. Well, no, but but what I'm saying is, I'm wondering if you want to discuss the settings we're gonna try to play with. We're trying to try to set up, or if you'd rather just keep it between us for now, and then we'll. I'm fine with either. It depends up to you whether or not you want to keep this our upcoming Let's Play a secrets. I have no idea where my fun and games thing went. Did I delete it by accident? Oh no. It's all ogre. Upcoming? Yes, upcoming. Our upcoming co-op adventure.
Bizarre story of visitors. A lot of them have wings, like that one that shows the eagle.
Sure.
Like, what's that all about? Who's that fucking guy?
Ra, I think.
Yeah, but also wouldn't that represent some sort of a spaceship? Like something that can actually fly. If the only thing that you saw that could fly were birds.
Right.
And you were trying to represent something as something that flies, you would, you know.
Yeah, didn't...
We're listening to Rogan because the guest is a Bigfoot... I guess I'll call him an investigator. And so I was unaware until a few days ago that he made an appearance here. And my fun and games thing is gone. What the heck happened to it? So I was hoping that this entire episode would be about Bigfeets and ghosts and stuff, but they're talking about aliens and or humans putting their DNA inside monkeys and shark attacks and crocodiles. So I am very disappointed. I hope he comes back on. And they focus more on the big feats. But I guess it is a common criticism that Joe derails. And I guess it also doesn't help that Bob Gillen has derailed as well. I think like they said, he's the one who started it, the derailing. When you making Bigfoot a hunting eps IRL? I don't know if that would be anything I would do in anytime soon. If something like that does end up happening, it would definitely be much later in the future. However, at Flick, earlier today, while we were listening to this episode, we made a great discovery, an amazing scientific breakthrough. I proved that big feets are real because Rule 34 of the internet states that if it exists, there's porn of it, and there is porn of big feets. So therefore, it must be real. I also proved the existence of wendigos, of ghosts, skinwalkers, and the Mothman. So I've definitely made a lot of progress in the research fields of cryptids. By that logic, do mermaids exist too? I believe so, because when I was younger, I saw the Little Mermaid, and then I'm pretty sure other people also saw the Little Mermaid, and they may or may not have liked Ariel. Rule 34. Let's go check. Since my screen is currently blocked, let's go double check. I do believe throughout my lifetime, at some point in the past, I have seen certain certain proof of mermaid existence using this exact same logic. Mermaids. There are 9,768 results. I can confirm that mermaids do exist. Oh, I like this one. Additionally, wait. It says a mermaid, but she has feet. They gave Ariel legs. I can also confirm that there's a Lola Bunny mermaid and a Rouge the Bat mermaid and a Crystal the Fox. Is she a fox? From Star Fox? A Crystal the whatever mermaid. So we have also confirmed the existence of Lola Bunny, Rouge the Bat, and Crystal. There are no women hunters. Maybe Big Dude will appear for pussy. Yes, we were considering that. We were discussing that earlier. The reason I brought up Rule 34 was because Joe Rogan brought up the fact that women prefer their porn written, and that there is erotica of big feets and like vampires and stuff. I guess let me just real quick while we're here. I'm pretty sure it exists. Vampire. Yep, there are 33,000 results for vampire. Vampires do in fact exist. So, I think the reason, Flick, that there are no woman big feet hunters is because they're too busy reading about big feet in their erotica. And that's much simpler and easier and much less effort to put in than to go look for it and get it in and make it a reality. And so I think that's why I was put here on this earth to do the actual hard physical research and look for hard evidence of hard big feets and bring these two worlds together. Women and their desire for written material, as well as women's desires for big feet, as well as proving big feet. So there are like multiple different anchors that I'm managing here. So I just need to. That's why it's useful that at some point in the future I may in fact go do some actual big feet hunt. Oh my god, I like this one. Some actual. I'm just looking at pictures now, but some actual some actual evidence of big feet. You know, you may have been onto something, Flick, when you mentioned that, like a month ago or so. Which, you know, it doesn't surprise me, given you have a very keen ability to make astute observations, and I think you have the gift of true sight to perceive through both the physical and spiritual realms, and see something that I think very few other people, maybe nobody else in the world, can see. And I think this entire Bigfoot saga is evidence of that, supporting evidence. Okay, let me go find my fucking RP thing.
In the Bible, the Jewish Bible, the Talmud, cloud get translated to. Oh no, what was it? The shield got translated to cloud with the pillar of fire. I believe that led the Israelites out of the desert. Wasn't it something like that?
Oh no, but that makes sense.
I said I wasn't going to talk about anything that I wasn't sure about.
No, that's what this show's all about.
Yeah, just being full of it.
Yes, that is what this show is all about. At Joe Rogan, I agree. Talking about things you don't know anything about. I agree. It's okay, because that's what my show is too. However, I make the distinction by actually looking into it. You can see me asking the AI, looking at the sources, asking for citations, reviewing the sources, diving deep, live in real IRL. That's the difference.
I could have sworn that it was like there was in the Bible it says the pillar of fire and a cloud, and that's what. And
I also don't promote websites like human putting their DNA into monkeys.com.
The Israelites followed out of the desert.
But it could be.
I've read that the more pragmatic translation is actually shield, and it wasn't cloud.
Huh. Here it is. The pillars are said to have guided the Israelites through the desert during the exodus from Egypt. The pillar of cloud provided a visible guide for the Israelites.
Pillar of cloud? Why didn't they just call it autumn? It would literally be perfect. The most perfect.
During the day, while the pillar of fire lit their way by night.
Yeah, so evidently it wasn't a cloud but a shield. And like, what would a shield look like? Like that, we would call that a saucer.
Right. Huh. Well, then there's the Ezekiel story in the Bible, which seems very much like some sort of a UFO encounter, like the way you would describe a UFO encounter if there's.
I believe the Ezekiel one is a chariot of fire in the sky.
Nothing that flew, and you
Right.
didn't understand what advanced technology would be if you saw it. The Vimanas in the ancient Hindu text. I mean, there's just
There's so much of it.
Yeah, there's so much of that stuff. And again, if life is out there everywhere in the universe, it kind of makes sense that someone would visit us as we're emerging, as life is becoming more and more intelligent over the course of millions and millions of years, and they find this one particular animal that's very similar to what they used to be at one point in time, and they just say, let's speed this along.
Yeah.
I think we would do that.
I know we would.
If we found a planet filled with monkeys, you don't think we'd take a few of them and shoot our stuff into it? Like,
That's like the 20th time he said that. Why is he saying that? Okay, look. Joe Rogan knows that big feet are real. However, he's pretending that they're not. He makes fun of people who believe they're real to dissuade them from their pursuit of truth and knowledge, so that Joe Rogan himself can put his stuff into the big feeds. That's why he keeps saying that. It's literally the only actual reason. I have evidence if you just go look up Perplexity and ask it. Easy peasy.
like let's see.
Let's just.
And also, I think, isn't there a scientific, ethical treaty of some kind about space? Like, we're not gonna... Nobody owns the moon, and we're gonna try to not interfere if we do find, bacteria or something. We're gonna try to not interfere with them and their atmosphere. I feel like that might be a thing. Time for Perplexity, but first let me go ahead and close this tab here. I don't wanna... I don't need a accidental to be sorted over here. Perplexity. Is there a global treaty of all the nations on Earth regarding how we would deal with ownership of celestial bodies and or the treatment of other planets' ecosystems and or life forms. Okay, I think I can pull this up here on the main screen. Answer: yes, there is a global treaty that addresses the ownership of celestial bodies and the treatment of other planets' ecosystems. The primary international agreement governing these matters is the Outer Space Treaty of 1967, officially known as the Treaty on Principles Governing the Activities of States and the Exploration and Use of Outer Space, including the Moon and other celestial bodies. That's such a long name. Key provisions of the Outer Space Treaty. 1. Prohibition of appropriation. Article 2 of the treaty explicitly forbids any government from claiming ownership of celestial bodies such as the moon or planets through declaration, use, occupation, or any other means. How does that interact with the desire to colonize Mars and or terraform it? I'll ask that. I'll ask that next. 2. Freedom of exploration. The treaty ensures that outer space, including the moon and other celestial bodies, shall be free for exploration and use by all states without discrimination. 3. Environmental protection. While not explicitly mentioning ecosystems, Article 9 of the treaty requires states to avoid harmful contamination of celestial bodies and adverse changes to the Earth's environment resulting from the introduction of extraterrestrial matter. Oh, I guess that makes sense, but I hadn't considered it. It's like when the Europeans came to the Americas and they introduced the chicken poxes. I think it was smallpox, but chicken pox sounds funnier. So yeah, I guess that makes sense. Would they? I guess yeah. Just send it to the space station instead, International Space Station, to research there. Try to reduce the amount of potential contaminant people. 4. Jurisdiction and ownership. States retain jurisdiction and control over objects they launch into space, including those landed or constructed on celestial bodies. Oh. Okay, I was wondering how that would make sense with colonize Mars, but then I reread the first one. It explicitly forbids any government. It doesn't say business or personal enterprise. So individuals, we could, as individuals, pool our resources together and colonize Mars and bang the aliens with our guns. And that would be perfectly in line, I think, with this outer space treaty. As long... Oh, hey, hang on a second. But then if we do that, then we... Ooh, hold on. Hold on a second. It says, Article 2 of the treaty explicitly forbids any government from claiming ownership. Let's assume that we pool our resources and we go to the moon, or we go to Mars. And then we declare our own government. Are we exempt from this treaty if we colonize it and plant our flag and do all the other things necessary before we declare ourselves a government? Would that be a legal move? Interesting. Maybe that's what Adrian Dittman is trying to form. He already has one government. He's going to be inaugurated into the U.S. presidency soon. And now he also wants to do the same on Mars. Okay, see, look, this is why it's important to have clear vision and clear perception of things. I have connected the dots that are totally there. This is what happens when you read actual sources instead of just a first Google search result. Okay, that was the first part. Key provisions. Second part. Additional agreements and policies. Moon Agreement. This 1979 treaty further elaborates on the use of celestial bodies, but it has limited participation and is not widely ratified by spacefaring nations. Who dares wins? That's the source for this one. Who dares wins? How property rights in space could be dictated by the countries willing to make the first move. By Morgan M. DePactor. J.D. candidate at the University of Chicago Law School class of 2023. In June 2021, Japan became the fourth country to pass a domestic law giving private property rights over extracted space resources to its citizens. Many observers within the international legal community consider these laws to be in direct contravention to the Outer Space Treaty, the international law governing space activities. The comment argues that as more countries pass domestic legislation addressing property rights in space, international space law will need to change to accommodate these laws. Yeah, see, look, you're going to have to make new laws because some people might get to space who are not governments, who are businesses, and will try to claim it by doing things that governments are not allowed to do before claiming themselves to be a government. Interesting. There's another one, COSPAR, COSPAR, Planetary Protection Policy. While not legally binding, this policy provides internationally endorsed guidelines for protecting planetary bodies during space exploration and preventing contamination of Earth from extraterrestrial samples. Did it also specify earlier? Earthly contaminations of celestial life forms. Adverse changes to the Earth's environment resulting from the introduction. Require states to avoid harmful contamination. Wait, it only says a harmful contamination of celestial bodies, not life forms. So we're not allowed to contaminate the planet, but we're allowed to introduce our germs to the tiny microorganisms on Mars. Oh, private sector. Here we go. Limitations and ongoing debates. Okay, perfect. They knew what I was thinking. 1. Resource utilization. The treaty's interpretation regarding the extraction and ownership of space resources remains a subject of debate. 2. Private sector activities. Here we go. This will be applying to Adrian Dittman. Private sector activities. As commercial space activities expand, there are ongoing discussions about how the treaty applies to private entities. What's this source? This source is state.gov. The Next 50 Years of the Outer Space Treaty. When was this? This was published December 7th, 2016 by Brian J. Egan, legal advisor, Galloway Symposium on Critical Issues in Space Law, Washington, D.C. Which reads... Good afternoon. I am delighted to take part in this year's Galloway Symposium. This is a fitting juncture to offer some observations on how the Outer Space Treaty is guiding the United States' planning and the preparation for the future. As we speak, the public and private sectors are making investments in capabilities to advance our understanding of our solar system and unlock new space applications. I am confident that as the world grows increasingly reliant upon space, as more states and actors within states become active in space, the Outer Space Treaty and the fundamental legal principles it embodies will be even more vital in 2067 than they were in 1967. Yes, Professors McDougall and Lipson and their peers also understood that certain fundamental legal questions about this new domain would need to be answered on the front end. For example, does territorial sovereignty extend into outer space? Many states assert sovereignty rights. May states assert sovereignty rights in celestial bodies. Which states are legally responsible for the conduct and consequences of objects placed in outer space? Under Article 6 of the resulting Outer Space Treaty, non-governmental activities are permitted, but states parties are responsible for such activities and have an affirmative legal obligation to supervise them and ensure their conformity with the treaty. Thus, under the treaty, states parties... Where did he define states parties? That's the first time he says states parties. Thus, under the treaty, states parties ensure that all actors in space, governmental and non-governmental, operate according to a common legal framework. The steady growth in commercial activities in outer space is one of the major success stories of the Outer Space Treaty's first half-century. Today, roughly half of all satellites in outer space are private. Commercial activities account for a considerable share of the space applications on which we rely. There is every indication that this trend will continue into the future. I think... I guess not, unfortunately. I was going to say unfortunately, but I guess not. I suppose it makes much more sense for private commercial business entities to be much more... to start taking up much more of the activities in space and creating tools and satellites and such. I guess it might be a business that makes the space elevator if we ever make it. Anything here that might... Okay, I think that's about... Did they say anything about any lifespan? No. Life forms, okay. Let's read this life form thing. This raises an obvious question. What are, quote, appropriate measures, end quote, to avoid the, quote, harmful contamination, end quote, of celestial bodies? Over the Outer Spaces Treaty's first 50 years, national space agencies, the only entities to visit other planets to date, have generally planned and executed planetary missions in accordance with planetary protection guidelines adopted by COSPAR, the Committee on Space Research, part of the International Council of Science. To simplify greatly, the COSPAR guidelines are designed to avoid introducing biological material from Earth that could contaminate the search for life forms on other planets. The guidelines vary by planet. Oh, I was not aware of that. The guidelines vary by planet and even by regions of a planet. Oh, okay. As is the case in Mars. I guess that makes sense. You kind of have to do that if we're sending rovers to Mars. I guess even no matter how much you try to decontaminate it before sending it, there'll probably still be a couple particulates at any of the multiple points between getting the rover sanitized, decontaminated, or sanitized, and then launching it or putting it into the spaceship, into the payload. There are probably very many. I don't know if you could clean it so perfectly as to entirely reduce human germs and other possible contaminants, but that's just my assumption based off how I envision things to work. Okay. That's about it. Okay, what was my next question that I was going to ask it? Something about business. The business setting up stuff before... Oh. Does the idea of colonizing and or terraforming Mars follow the guidelines as described above? Also, what are the current discussions and considerations regarding the legal discourse on this topic? The idea of colonizing and terraforming Mars presents significant legal and ethical challenges under current international space law, particularly the OST, Outer Space Treaty. While the treaty does not explicitly prohibit colonization or terraforming, it does establish important principles that complicate these endeavors. Legal framework. 1. Non-appropriation. Article 2 prohibits national appropriation of celestial bodies, including Mars. Okay, we read that. Colonization considerations. Colonizing Mars under current law would require 1. International cooperation. Any nation looking to colonize Mars would need to conduct activities on behalf of the entire international community. 2. Jurisdiction. Settlements and research stations may operate under the jurisdiction of their originating nation, similar to the International Space Station Agreement. 3. Private sector challenges. The OST does not explicitly address private corporation efforts. Okay, that's definitely, I guess, one of the biggest things they need to do. before Adrian Dittman and the owner, the CEO of the Washington Post, Jeff Bezos, sent their spaceships over to Mars. Private sector challenges. OST does not explicitly address private corporation efforts to establish sovereign civil colonies, creating legal ambiguities. Terraforming debate. The ethics and legality of terraforming Mars are subjects of ongoing debate. 1. Environmental concerns. Critics argue that terraforming could destroy potential evidence of past or present Martian life, which was one of my concerns considering this entire topic. 2. Planetary protection. The OSA requires states to avoid avoid harmful contamination of celestial bodies, which may apply to terraforming efforts. 3. Ethical considerations. There are questions about humanity's right to fundamentally alter another world. I mean, we've altered ours. Philosophically, it would make sense. I guess to some extent, I can agree with parts of both sides of the argument. Of I guess the biggest arguments. Either we respect other planets as they are, especially if we find some evidence of life that may even lead us to microorganisms that may or may not be there, whether or not we found them. If my understanding and our human understanding of life on Earth is similar, that we started off as little tiny germs, I can see the argument to let microorganisms on other planets play out without our intervention. However, I can also see and appreciate the argument that as far as we are aware, we are the only conscious, living, sentient beings nearby. So not only would there be anyone to contest Mars, Martian colonization. I don't think there'd be anybody out there to stop us from colonizing the Martians. But also, I can appreciate the argument of at least practicing and or wholeheartedly devoting much of our resources toward making Mars a habitable, hospitable planet. I don't know where exactly I stand. I think I like the idea of terraforming and colonizing Mars. That seems cool to me. So seems like something we should do. That's been my gut instinct for many years since I first heard of the idea. So I think that's currently the direction that I lean. Current discussions. Resource utilization. The interpretation of the OST regarding the extraction and ownership of space resources remains debated. 2. Governance models. Proposals include establishing a Mars Secretariat to facilitate diplomatic communication between interested parties. 3. Private sector roles. As commercial space activities expand, there are ongoing discussions about how the treaty applies to private entities like SpaceX. 4. Adaptation of laws. Existing space laws require adaptation to address the complex challenges of Mars missions and potential colonization. Okay, well, I guess I'll go ahead and keep an eye on this every now and then. I'm not too interested right now in reading the specific legal discussions and learning who the major players are, who the major... what are the arguments from the major world governments, but I might have a pretty good idea. I'm pretty sure China would love to have the red planet if they can launch stuff that doesn't explode. So that would be pretty good for them. And pretty bad for us. I would rather we own Mars rather than Russia and or China. Okay, I think I'm pretty close to calling it a night here. Let's see what else they talk about.
It'll be fun.
It might also be a feature of the universe that's what intelligent life ultimately does, which is why we want to monkey around with these monkeys in the first place and take their heads and put it on other bodies.
Yeah, so I think that different planets, in order to meet the requirements of life, would actually be quite similar. That's just a theory I have. Or not.
It's a common theory.
Well,
yeah,
because like, so people say like, why are aliens like carbon life forms? It's like, well, that's what works,
right?
You know,
right.
because they could be anything.
Not only that, that's ubiquitous, right?
Right.
Like bursting stars create carbon.
Mm-hmm.
This is carbon-based life exists here. Why wouldn't it exist everywhere else where there's stars everywhere else?
Right.
It seems to be that like we don't find solar systems that have something completely different than a planet. You know, everything that we found outside of our solar system seems to behave in a similar manner. When we look at galaxies, they seem to behave in a similar manner. They seem to look similar. They're of different sizes and the like, but they're pretty similar. They're
Right.
these circular spiral things. It makes sense that if that exists everywhere, probably carbon-based life exists everywhere too. It's probably a feature of these solar systems.
Correct. That's what I would say too.
Yeah, and then there's probably, like, if you are growing a garden in your backyard, you know when you planted the tomatoes. You got like a little thing on it, 722 planted tomatoes, you know?
No.
So then you check on them. And then other tomatoes you planted like a couple of weeks later, like, oh, those won't be due in time. So if you were planting humans on a planet, you'd go, well, they need a couple million years before they get their shit together, but they've started to develop nuclear bombs, so
And
let's...
That's why they hang out over nuke bases.
Yeah. Or they're foreign governments showing us that they have advanced technology and they can hover over our nuclear bases. I think there's some of that going on too.
Yeah, but there's so many, like, oh, that fellow.
If that's the case, if that's the reality of the situation, I would not be surprised if we're doing the same thing to them with aircraft that whose schematics have not yet been released on the warframes, or what is it? What's no, not warframe? You know the one, the so somebody will eventually release documentation about what we saw. We saw a UFO above a Russian military base, and then it's an American craft that's super duper top secret. It'll happen eventually. Watch. I'm calling it. January 3rd, 2025. I'm calling it. Clip it. Clip it.
Who I can't recall his name, but he's like the most popular video on Greer's channel. Richard Greer or Stephen Greer?
Stephen Greer.
Yeah. He was like the guy who would discredit you if you saw a UFO.
Mm-hmm.
He told a story about how
Alan Hopkins, is that what you're talking about?
I believe so.
You from Project Blue Book?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I don't know.
Well, Alan Hopkins was the guy who was hired to debunk UFO sightings.
No, it's not him.
He was, and then he later became a believer. So he studied, he worked for Project Blue Book for a couple decades and was sent out to, like, oh, we saw this, and he was swamp gas.
I think I heard of this guy before. What's his name? Greer? Who is the person who worked on Blue Book? Project Blue Book named Greer. I'll have to go look into this guy. What he did, what he saw, what he investigated, Stephen M. Greer, an American ufologist, or as fake UFO and alien fans would call it, UFOologist, even though there's only one O. An American ufologist and retired physician who founded the Center for the Study of Extraterrestrial Intelligence, CSETI, and the Disclosure Project. Greer was not involved with Project Blue Book, which was a U.S. Air Force program that ended in 1969. Project Blue Book. This was an official U.S. Air Force program for investigating UFO reports that ran from 1947 to 1969. The search results do not mention any specific individual named Greer associated with this project. write down this guy's name on my notes here. This guy's gonna go under the Grilla Mouse folder. Look up Stephen M. Greer's work on Project Blue Balls.
And then after his career's over, then he came public with everything. And started saying, I think UFOs are real. I think we really are being visited.
Yeah. Well,
J. Allen Hynek.
Hynek, yeah.
Yeah. What did I say?
Hopkins.
Oh, different.
No,
J. Allen Hynek. Yeah.
I was not thinking of Hynek. This guy was like a self-admitted deep state stooge. Like he was the type of guy that would go out and discredit you if you saw something.
Oh, he would discredit you personally.
Yes.
Okay. So he would turn you into a fool.
Right. So if you went to Stephen Greer's channel and looked at the most popular video on it, you would find it. But he talks for like 2 hours about everything he knows, and it's nuts.
Really?
Absolutely bonkers.
Find that guy.
Bonkers.
And I believe
You believe him?
I
Well, you
do.
want to believe him, right?
this
I want to believe.
stuff seems so much more likely than the alternative, which is nothing.
Oh, that there's no life out there?
Yeah, and it's not even because we don't even know what they are. I mean, I'm not even saying they're extraterrestrials, really.
Not only that, but so much more likely that they would want to visit us.
Oh, I mean, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's get back to the crocodile. How come you don't believe?
Why would you believe? Why would a 50-foot crocodile?
Sure. They just keep getting bigger.
They don't, though.
How big do they get?
I don't know crocodiles.
Right. So here's the thing.
We go from interesting topics. So I guess to be fair, this is a video that he made about a 50-foot crocodile. So I haven't seen that video, but I came here to hear about big feats. While I appreciate the crocodile video, I was hoping there'd be more feet. I am disappointed by the lack of feet.
What we know about crocodiles now are crocodiles after guns. Okay?
Mm.
So guns change everything. So that alligator out there that you saw in our lobby, that's 80 years old.
Yeah.
80 years old, and a gun killed that alligator. So guns get introduced in the 1800s, and then explorers start going through the Congo in the 1800s, and they start shooting crocodiles. They shoot a lot of crocodiles. In fact, a friend of mine actually got hired to go to the Congo. Was it the Congo? Where? Jim Shockey. What part did he go to? I forget.
I just found the guy.
I
He went to
forgot.
Africa. He's a hunter, and they hired him to shoot crocodiles because so many people in this village. He went to this village. He said it was so heartbreaking. Like, this guy's missing an arm, this person's missing a leg. They have bites taken out of them. And while he was there, a woman got taken out. Like, while he was there, a woman was washing clothes, and a crocodile snatched her and dragged her into the water.
Yeah.
And when human beings start bringing guns, the whole ecosystem changes, right? So these 50-foot things that have been apex predators just sunning themselves on the shore, now some guy lines up a shot from the beach, or from a boat rather, and just takes it out. And they're shooting all these different crocodiles. And so doing this over the course of, 50, 60 years, all the big ones are dead.
Yeah.
And it takes fucking forever
Yes.
for a crocodile to become a 50-foot crocodile. And they don't die.
Yeah, but
They just stay alive.
There's-
Like, they only die when something happens to them.
But there's one crocodile in a reserve in South Africa who was born in like 1890 or something, and he's only like 17 feet long.
Right.
So you think that's because his environment wasn't big enough?
I think it's because he's born in 1890, not 1790.
Oh.
So they don't die.
Okay.
So if a crocodile's living in the Congo, okay, the Congo is rich with life. There's life everywhere. And certain animals have to cross these rivers. And that's just a fucking meal train.
Yeah.
You've seen those animals, wildebeest trying to make it across the river, and then the crocs show up and just start snatching them. I mean, some of them make it through, and some of them die. And that's just how it's always been.
Yeah.
And so they've had enormous amounts of food forever. And if they've lived for hundreds and hundreds of years, those things would just continue to grow. It doesn't seem outside the realm of possibility for something to be twice as big as the biggest one that they've spotted.
Yeah, but that's long. Like great white sharks, we're pretty sure that they get to 22.5 feet, and then they get fatter.
Right.
So 50 feet is really big.
Megalodons.
Yeah, but that's a different thing.
Right. But it was also a giant fucking shark.
Yes.
I think it's possible there's a certain subspecies of crocodiles.
Yeah.
Just like there is like caimans, like there's different subspecies of caimans even, or crocodiles rather, even in the Amazon. There's big ones that get to be like 16 feet long, and there's small ones that get killed by jaguars all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Now those are cool.
I think that Bigfoot is more likely to be real than a 50-foot crocodile.
So you think these people that had these depictions of it being as big or bigger than their boat, they're just exaggerating?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I do. But not in a malicious or even a lying way.
Probably just freaked out by the size of the goddamn thing.
Not even freaked out, just like it was giant.
Right.
Like,
and then they exaggerate over time.
Like it was probably 20 or 30 feet maybe. But like twice as big, more than twice as big as the biggest ever is pretty nuts.
It is nuts, but occasionally animals do have mutations that makes them much larger. And you see that with humans. Like the biggest human ever was like 9 feet tall, wasn't he?
But not 12.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, true, right? Not double the size.
I am a little miffed because I have a handful of different colors for this purple for the Arbiter text, but I accidentally have like 3 different colors. This one's kind of hard to see just because of the background. I think my other colors are on DaVinci Resolve, so I'll come back to this one later. Let me see if there's anything else here on the transcript about the big feats. Otherwise, I think we're done here for today. There's more stuff on UFOs. Let's check here.
But this is the guy you're talking about.
Richard Doty. Okay. Spread disinformation about UFOs on behalf of the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. So that's the guy.
Yeah.
So his job was to make you look like an idiot if you believed in UFOs. Now, why do you think they would do that?
To discredit people.
But why? Why would they want to discredit people?
Man, you are... I don't know. I guess to keep their secrets.
What secrets?
All right, then.
I was about to say that. All right, then keep your secrets.
Keep your secrets.
So
okay, at least he likes Lord of the Rings, even if he ends up being a hoaxer and making up the stuff about the demons and those ghost pictures. At least he's down for second breakfast.
So you think that they know something about UFOs? They don't want people to believe these things are real. They want to discourage people coming forward, so they mock them. They turn them into fools. This guy's job is to discredit all the stories and make the person look like a crazy person, gaslight everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because they don't want people to know what they know.
I would imagine that the truth is worse. Well, yes, but because what they know is really, really bad.
What do you think they think? What do you think they know? Do you subscribe to the Bob Lazar Vessels of Souls idea?
I'm unfamiliar with that.
Oh, you didn't know that one?
No, but
okay.
So I know Kathy Turner, a Dr. Kathy Turner, who wrote Taken, Into the Fringe, and Masquerade of Angels, and she said the only thing that's consistent throughout all abduction reports is that the aliens are fascinated with the concept of the soul. So I assume that.
Okay, that I just got like a flag just went up because I was listening to Strange Familiars like a week ago while I was cleaning my room, and they discussed, I forget, I think it was somebody he interviewed where it was supposedly an abduction, a Grey Lamau abduction, and this person was very religious, but he wasn't the only person there. There was somebody else, and they were apparently able to work on the other guy, but this guy who he interviewed, he had a rosary with him, and he was praying And then apparently they took the rosary out of his hands and they broke it or smashed it or something. And he kept praying, and then what he heard was, we won't be able to break this one or break through this one or influence this, something like that. And that's not the only time I've heard of some kind of potential. We did read that article a couple of months ago about the priest who said that aliens are demons taking on that form, making you believe that it's some spooky space guys, but it's actually demons. So that might be related. I have yet to dive into whether or not demon alien connections are as strong as some people claim to be. But the fact that this element of spirituality, of prayer, and what he just said about the alien's interest in the soul, and this story about the rosary, I have to wonder if there's something to that. I need a friend who is a priest or a bishop or something. I need to start making some connections here to get additional insights, and somebody who's spent much more time than I have in the spiritual, religious space where they have much more knowledge than I do, especially regarding this topic about demons and potential pranksters, spirits who are pranksters. So let me write that down. It sucks because I'm getting hungry, but now I'm much more interested. I want to keep hearing this. What time is it on the video? It is 1:39:34. Bob Gimlin on Rogan. Aliens interested in the soul. A refined interview from strange familiars of the religious person praying, whose rosary was broken by the Grey Mouse, and they said they would not be able to influence this, quote, this one. I remember there was an episode of Sasquatch Chronicles with a priest or something. The guy who he was at a church. There was a woman who was possessed, and then he asked the demon, "Who are you?" And she said, "Snake!" Like if you just died in Metal Gear Solid. And then she slithered around like a snake. I did have it somewhere in my watch later, I think. I have a link to a video about Exorcist recordings because I was curious. I read an article saying that it happens, but I couldn't find anything. Any tangible things. I think that might be everything I have currently in mind regarding aliens and religion. Aside from the obvious, when something is clearly demonic and you're praying and you utter the name of Christ, that does seem to also be a thing, but that makes perfect sense. And so, trying to see if the aliens are either demons themselves or if they are also, if they are not demons, but if they are also unable to penetrate the holiness of religious people.
That works into whatever you're talking about with Bob Lazar.
Bob Lazar said one of the more bizarre things that he found out when he was working at Area S4 was that they had this like very thick sort of document on all that they knew so far about aliens. And one of the things was it went back to religion. See if you can find Bob Lazar talking about it so I don't butcher this. But I believe what he was saying was that they think of us as containers for souls. Now let's imagine.
Whoa, we are containers for souls, just like how in the Matrix we were batteries. We are containers for energy. We are containers for solar energy. Whoa, the Wachowskis were onto something.
Before we show the Bob Lazar thing, let's imagine how that would happen. Now let's imagine that human beings, we are biological life, and so therefore we have what we call a soul, and then we create digital life. And maybe this digital life, maybe artificial creations are what we're seeing in these gray aliens. Maybe they are some sort of hybrid or some sort of...
Or some sort of robot or machine.
Some sort of creation that's outside of evolution, is outside of natural adaptation. And they look at us as the source. Like they can't breed anymore. Maybe for them to exist,
I can help them with that. Maybe
they need an actual soul. And to think of us as a farm for souls.
I really do think that we're a farm of some kind to them. Because it's funny, because people always say, like, they hang out over nuke sites so that we don't bomb ourselves. And it's like, sure, but not from a compassion standpoint. It's like if the farmer doesn't protect his cow because he wants it to find some sort of spiritual thing. And that's why I take issue with like Stephen Greer and all those people who are like, you just need to expand your consciousness and then you see it. It's like, that's a pretty... I feel like that's what they want you to think.
That's what they want you to think.
Did you find the Bob Lazar thing? Here, listen to him talk about this because it's pretty crazy.
I did mention probably last year, 2 years ago or something, I wanted to read this book. We found... there's a movie about it too, but I think I want to read the book first. Although it does say on Wikipedia or somewhere that it's fiction. But according to the writer, it's real. This person, it's called Communion. Do I have that here? It's his account and retelling of a period of time in which he was visited by the Grey Lamaux. I think we were listening to Sasquatch Chronicles? No, I think we were listening to Strange Familiars, and the guy mentioned that he got spooked when he saw the cover of the movie. Because that's exactly what he saw when he was younger and he was being visited by Grey Lamaux. Communion. Alien abduction. Okay, so we got this guy. I would like to read it on stream, but I got Bigfoot books to get through on stream first. This guy from author Whitley Strieber. So I think I want to read this one as well. So that's too many things to look up.
Yeah, the only hardcore thing is that there is an extremely classified document dealing with religion, and it's about that thick. Period.
Bob Laser on humans and religion.
Yeah, the only hardcore thing is that there is an extremely classified document dealing with religion, and it's about that thick. Period. But why would there be any classified material dealing with religion?
I want to go back to the religion thing. I want you to say it.
Whoa, guys, do you hear that spooky music? That's how spooky this is. That's how serious this is. Like, seriously.
It's so far out.
All right, your objection has been noted.
Okay.
What does it say?
That we're containers. That's how supposedly the aliens look at us. That we are nothing but containers.
Containers of?
Containers. Maybe containers of souls. You can come up with whatever theory you want, but we're containers, and that's how we're mentioned in the documents.
Containers of...
that religion was specifically created So we have some rules and regulations for the sole purpose of not damaging the containers.
Ooh.
Yes.
Ah, okay.
Yikes. At the end, I didn't think of it that way.
Yeah.
That you can actually damage your soul.
Yeah.
But it is almost like every holy text says that.
Well, it does make sense too, because if
Okay. If that's true. If religion is a way so that we don't damage our souls, it would imply, assuming all this is real, it would imply that religion was given to us by the Great Mouse, which is not too far a stretch, because Christ rose from the dead and then he ascended to heaven. There's the chariots in the sky. There's the biblically accurate angels. However, how does that work? That doesn't fit with what I was just saying about the guy who said he was praying and then he said we won't be able to get this one. How does that work with the alien abduction instances in which you utter the name of Christ and they flee? In the situations where they are actually aliens and not demons, how does that fit? Interesting. Notes. Bob Lazar comment on humans being containers and religion being used so we don't damage the container. Okay. More research needed.
If what is in religion, right? The idea is like to save your soul. You have to abide by certain rules. You have to be good to each other. You have to live a just life. All of these things are laid out so you don't damage the energy that is inside you and turn it evil.
See, it could be more pragmatic than that, though. If someone is going to inherit your soul, they don't want it bogged down with bad habits.
Right. Yeah, well, they don't want it to be evil. They want it to have negative energy attached to it and the karma of killing a bunch of people.
Right.
Like,
Okay, you heard it here first, guys. If you wanna fuck with the aliens, you gotta have a bad soul, you gotta not be virtuous, you gotta exhibit the 7 deadly sins, and you have to avoid the 7 heavenly virtues. You have to be lustful, you have to be greedy, you have to be gluttonous, you have to be wrathful and vengeful, you have to be sloth-like, you have to be, what's the other one? What am I missing? I think I got most of them. Well, you gotta do all those things if you wanna fuck with the aliens and stick it to the man.
who wants Dick Cheney's soul? You know? The alien's like, you could have that dude.
Remember when he shot someone and then the guy apologized to him? Isn't that nuts?
You know how gangster that is?
Yeah.
You shoot a guy in the face and the dude's like, yeah, I look like a bird. Don't worry about it.
I look like a dude. Can you, what is with, is there any way to you that we're not being gaslit like to hell by Kamala Harris?
Oh my
In
god.
what way?
Where did that come from? Okay, well, let's call it a night. That'll be it. I think we've had plenty. He was being influenced by the demons because by the aliens because he's not religious himself, so the aliens were able to get inside of him and have him utter those words. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna listen to it as soon as I end the stream. I'm gonna listen to it because I'm curious. But that'll be it for now. And also, I'm getting hungry. Okay. Well, we got a couple things done. I hope my nails last because they are quite long, and sometimes if I'm being stupid and retarded, they break because I get too caught up in moving and using my tools. But I think I did get a couple good notes. I need to take way more notes. It is. I wish I had more notes from before. Now I'm gonna have to go back and refine stuff. Find the links to it. Hopefully they still exist. I think that's also another probable issue. Sometimes links and videos and stuff don't exist anymore, and articles don't exist anymore. So building up my own local library here would be super duper useful. But yeah, that is where we will call it a night. Okay, thank you for dropping by. Let me go look at my current list of subscribers. I remembered this time. I remembered. Me is the memory. Me brain. Me ECC. Where's my sublists? Well, it shows I have 2, but I think Flick needs to redo it manually because things. So I'm gonna assume it's the same 3 people as it's been. So thank you for my subscribers for subscribing and supporting my stream. What are their names? Thank you to God of Chores 0, Emoto, and A Flick Life 2. So thanks for chilling. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. Thanks for chatting. Try not to have spooky ghost, alien, monkey DNA visitations tonight. Try not to be like Rogan. Try not to swallow your tongue. Try not to suck your own dick. And as always, I will see you next time. Bye bye. the irony and or coincidence is not lost on me that Asgore needed human souls, kid souls, especially given our recent discussion about the aliens and how we are containers for souls. Okay, bye-bye.